Meditations is a deeply personal philosophical work composed by Roman Emperor Marcus Aurelius between 170–180 AD. Unlike traditional religious texts excluded from canon, Meditations was never intended for publication or religious status, being instead the private journals of an emperor practicing Stoic self-reflection. Written in Greek across 12 books, Meditations captures Marcus Aurelius's private thoughts as he grappled with leadership, mortality, and ethical behavior during his reign. The text differs from religious works by focusing on practical philosophy rather than divine revelation or supernatural elements. Its authenticity is well established through historical records and manuscript evidence. The books range from expressions of gratitude to his mentors, Book 1, to contemplations on nature, duty, and death. Key themes include the acceptance of fate, the importance of rational thinking, and the interconnectedness of all things. Unlike theological texts, Meditations emphasizes personal ethics and rational observation over divine authority. Though not discovered until the 16th century, Meditations gained immediate recognition for its philosophical merit rather than any religious significance. The work's endurance stems from its universal human insights rather than claims of divine inspiration. Its influence spans secular philosophy, political thought, and personal development. Chapter 1, Book 1. From my grandfather Verus, I learned how to have good morals and how to control my temper. From my father's reputation and memory, I learned modesty and what it means to have a strong, honorable character. From my mum, I learned devotion and kindness and to avoid not just evil actions, but even evil thoughts. She also taught me to live simply, steering clear of the lifestyle of the wealthy. From my great-grandfather, I learned not to attend public schools, to have good teachers at home, and to understand that it's worth spending generously on such things. From my governor, I learned not to take sides with either the Green or Blue Party at the circus games, nor to favour the Parmularius or Scutarius at the gladiator fights. He also taught me to endure hard work, to be content with little, to work with my own hands, to mind my own business, and not to be quick to listen to gossip. From Diognetus, I learned not to get caught up in trivial matters, and not to believe what miracle workers and tricksters say about spells and driving away demons and such things. I also learned not to breed quails for fighting, or to become overly passionate about such activities. I learned to tolerate free speech, to become familiar with philosophy, and to have been a student, first of Bacchius, then of Tandicis and Marcianus. I wrote dialogues in my youth and desired a simple plank bed and a skin, along with other things associated with Greek discipline. From Rusticus, I got the sense that I needed to work on my character and discipline. He taught me not to get caught up in superficial competition, writing about speculative topics, giving little motivational speeches, or trying to show off as someone who practices a lot of discipline or does good deeds just for attention. He advised me to steer clear of rhetoric, poetry, and fancy writing, and not to walk around the house in my outdoor clothes or do similar things. He encouraged me to write my letters simply, like the one he wrote from Sinuessa to my mother. When it comes to people who have offended me with words or wronged me, he taught me to be quick to forgive and reconcile as soon as they show they're willing to make amends. He also emphasized reading carefully and not being satisfied with just a surface-level understanding of a book, and not to quickly agree with those who talk too much. I'm grateful to him for introducing me to the teachings of Epictetus, which he shared with me from his own collection. From Apollonius, I learned about having free will and unwavering determination, to focus solely on reason, even for just a moment, and to remain consistent in tough times, like during intense pain, the loss of a child, or a long illness. He showed me through his own life that a person can be both incredibly determined and flexible, and not irritable when teaching others. I saw in him someone who viewed his experience and ability to explain philosophical ideas as the least of his accomplishments. From him I also learned how to accept what are considered favors from friends without feeling humbled by them or ignoring them altogether. From Sextus I learned kindness, how to lead a family with a fatherly touch, and the importance of living in harmony with nature. He showed seriousness without being pretentious, and always looked out for his friends. He was patient with those who were ignorant or formed opinions without much thought. Sextus had a knack for getting along with everyone, making interactions with him more pleasant than any flattery could. Yet he was deeply respected by those around him. He had a talent for identifying and organizing life's essential principles in a smart and systematic way. He never showed anger or any other strong emotion, remaining calm and affectionate. He could express approval without making a big fuss, and had a wealth of knowledge that he never flaunted. From Alexander the grammarian, I learned to avoid nitpicking and not to scold people harshly when they used incorrect or awkward language. Instead, I learned to skillfully introduce the correct expression in a way that either answers or confirms what they meant, by engaging in a discussion about the topic itself, rather than focusing on the word choice, or by offering a gentle suggestion. From Fronto, I learned to recognize how envy, deceit, and hypocrisy manifest in a tyrant, and that generally those we call patricians often lack genuine paternal affection. From Alexander the Platonic, don't often or without a good reason tell someone or write in a letter that you're too busy, and don't constantly use being busy as an excuse to neglect the responsibilities you have towards the people you live with. From Catullus, I've learned not to be indifferent when a friend criticizes me, even if it's without reason. Instead, I should try to help them return to their usual self. I've also learned to be quick to praise my teachers, just like Domitius and Athenodotus are known to do, and to genuinely love my children. From my brother Severus, I learned to love my family, to value truth, and to stand up for justice. He introduced me to figures like Thrasea, Helvidius, Cato, Dion, and Brutus. Through him, I embraced the idea of a society where everyone is equal under the law, a society that values equal rights and free speech, and a leadership that prioritizes the freedom of its people. He taught me to be consistent and unwavering in my commitment to philosophy, to be generous and hopeful, and to trust that my friends care for me. I noticed that he never hid his opinions about those he disapproved of, and his friends never had to guess what he wanted or didn't want. It was always clear. From Maximus, I learned self-control and not to be easily swayed by anything. He taught me to stay cheerful in all situations, even when sick, and to balance kindness and dignity in my character. He showed me how to tackle tasks without complaining. I noticed that everyone believed he meant what he said, and he never acted with bad intentions. He was never shocked or surprised, never rushed, and never procrastinated. He was never confused or downhearted, and he didn't laugh to hide frustration. On the flip side, he was never angry or suspicious. He was naturally generous, quick to forgive, and always honest. He seemed like someone who naturally did the right thing, rather than someone who had to work at it. I also noticed that no one ever felt looked down upon by Maximus, nor did anyone dare to think they were better than him. He had a knack for being funny in a pleasant way. In my father, I noticed a calm demeanor and unwavering determination in decisions he made after careful thought. He wasn't interested in the superficial honors that others chased after. He loved hard work and persistence, and he was always open to listening to suggestions that could benefit everyone. He was fair, giving each person what they deserved, and he knew from experience when to take strong action and when to ease off. He had moved past any youthful passions and saw himself as just another citizen. He didn't obligate his friends to dine with him or accompany him when he went out, and if they couldn't join him due to pressing matters, he was always understanding. I also noticed his thoroughness in decision-making and his persistence. He never stopped investigating just because something seemed fine at first glance. He valued his friendships, wasn't quick to tire of people, and wasn't overly affectionate. He was content and cheerful, able to plan for the future while taking care of the small things without showing off. He was quick to dismiss public praise and flattery. He was diligent in managing the empire's needs and finances, and he patiently endured any criticism for his actions. He wasn't superstitious or interested in winning people over with gifts or flattery. He was sober-minded and firm, never petty or obsessed with new trends. He used life's comforts, which fortune provided in abundance, without arrogance or excuses. He enjoyed them without pretense when he had them and didn't miss them when he didn't. No one could accuse him of being a sophist, a frivolous person, or a pedant. Everyone saw him as mature, perfect, above flattery, and capable of managing his own and others' affairs. He respected true philosophers, and didn't criticize those who only pretended to be philosophers, nor was he easily swayed by them. He was easy to talk to, and pleasant without being fake. He took reasonable care of his health, not out of vanity or obsession with life, but so that he rarely needed a doctor. He was quick to acknowledge and support those with special talents, like eloquence or knowledge of law or morals, helping them gain the recognition they deserved. He always followed his country's traditions without pretending to do so. He wasn't fond of change or instability. He liked staying in the same places and working on the same things. After his headaches, he quickly returned to his usual activities with energy. His secrets were few and only related to public matters. He was prudent and economical in public events, building projects and donations, focusing on what needed to be done rather than seeking fame. He didn't bathe at odd hours, wasn't obsessed with building houses, or picky about food, clothing, or the appearance of his slaves. His clothes usually came from his villa at Laurium or Lanuvium. We remember how he treated the toll collector at Tusculum, who asked for forgiveness, and that was typical of his behaviour. He wasn't harsh, unforgiving, or extreme. He approached everything methodically, as if he had all the time in the world without rushing, but with energy and consistency. Like Socrates, he could both abstain from and enjoy things that many people either can't resist or overindulge in. Being strong enough to handle both is the mark of a person with a perfect and invincible spirit, as he showed during Maximus's illness. I am grateful to the gods for blessing me with good grandparents, parents, a sister, teachers, friends, and family, basically everything good in my life. I'm also thankful that I never rushed into doing anything wrong against them, even though I might have had the tendency if the chance had come up. Thanks to their guidance, I never faced such a test. I'm glad I wasn't raised longer with my grandfather's mistress and that I kept my youthful innocence, waiting for the right time to mature. I had a father and a leader who taught me humility and showed me that you can live in a palace without needing guards, fancy clothes, or statues. He showed me that you can live simply and still be effective and dignified in public duties. I'm grateful for a brother who inspired me to be vigilant about my own behavior, while also showing me love and respect. My children are neither dull nor physically flawed. I didn't get too caught up in rhetoric, poetry, or other studies, which might have consumed me if I had seen more progress. I quickly honored those who raised me, without making them wait, because they were still young. I'm thankful I met Apollonius, Rusticus, and Maximus, and that I learned clearly and often about living in harmony with nature. The gods have given me everything I need to live this way, though I fall short due to my own mistakes, and not always following their guidance. I'm thankful my body has held up in this lifestyle, that I never got involved with Benedicta or Theodotus, and that I overcame romantic infatuations. Even when I was upset with Rusticus, I never did anything I'd regret. Although my mother died young, she spent her last years with me. Whenever I wanted to help someone, I always had the means to do so, and I never needed to rely on others for help. I'm grateful for a loving, obedient, and straightforward wife, and for the great teachers my children had. I've been shown remedies in dreams, including ones for blood spitting and dizziness. When I was drawn to philosophy, I didn't fall into the trap of sophistry or waste time on historical writings, logical puzzles, or studying the heavens. All these things required the gods' help and good fortune, with the Quadi at the Granua River. Chapter 2, Book 2. Start your morning by reminding yourself, today I might encounter busybodies, ungrateful people, the arrogant, the deceitful, the envious, and the unsociable. These behaviors arise because they don't understand what is truly good and evil. But I know that what is good is beautiful, and what is bad is ugly. I also understand that those who do wrong are connected to me, not just by blood or origin, but because we share the same intelligence and are part of the divine. I can't be harmed by them because they can't impose ugliness on me, nor can I be angry or hateful towards them. We are meant to work together, like feet, hands, eyelids, or the rows of upper and lower teeth. Acting against each other goes against our nature. Being annoyed or turning away from one another is unnatural. Whatever I am, it's just a bit of flesh, breath, and the mind that guides me. Ditch your books. Stop distracting yourself. It's not allowed. Act as if you're on your deathbed and disregard the flesh. It's just blood, bones, and a network of nerves, veins, and arteries. Look at the breath too. What is it really? Just air, constantly being exhaled and inhaled. The third part is the mind. Think about this. You're an old man. Don't let your mind be a slave anymore. Don't let it be controlled like a puppet to antisocial impulses. Stop being unhappy with your current situation or fearing the future. Everything that comes from the gods is filled with providence. What comes from fortune isn't separate from nature or disconnected from the things that are ordered by providence. Everything flows from there, and there's also necessity and what benefits the entire universe of which you are a part. Whatever the nature of the whole universe brings is good for every part of nature, and it supports maintaining this nature. The universe is preserved not only by the changes of the elements, but also by the changes of things made up of those elements. Let these principles be enough for you, and keep them as firm beliefs. But let go of the constant craving for books, so you won't die complaining, but instead be cheerful, sincere, and truly grateful to the gods from your heart. Think about how long you've been procrastinating on these things, and how many chances the universe has given you that you haven't taken. It's time to finally realize what universe you're a part of, and who governs it, and understand that there's a set amount of time for you. If you don't use this time to clear the confusion from your mind, it will pass. You'll pass, and it won't come back. At every moment, think like a Roman and a human being, focusing on doing what you have to do with complete and simple dignity, affection, freedom, and justice. Free yourself from all other distractions. You'll find relief if you approach every action in your life as if it were your last, setting aside carelessness, irrational aversions, hypocrisy, self-centeredness, and dissatisfaction with what you've been given. Notice how few things are truly necessary for a peaceful life, one that resembles the existence of the gods. The gods themselves wouldn't ask for more from someone who follows these principles. You're doing yourself wrong. You're doing yourself wrong, my soul. But soon you won't have the chance to honor yourself anymore. Everyone's life is enough, but yours is almost over. And yet your soul doesn't respect itself. Instead, it finds happiness in the approval of others. Are you getting distracted by external things happening around you? Take some time to learn something new and worthwhile, and stop letting yourself get swept up in the chaos. But remember, you also need to avoid being pulled in the opposite direction. There are those who exhaust themselves with constant activity but have no clear purpose guiding their actions and ultimately their thoughts. People rarely become unhappy by not paying attention to what's going on in someone else's mind. However, if you don't pay attention to what's happening in your own mind, you're bound to be unhappy. Always remember this. Understand the nature of the universe and your own nature and how they are connected. Consider what kind of part you are within this greater whole. Know that no one can stop you from always acting and speaking in ways that align with the nature of which you are a part. Theophrastus, in his comparison of bad actions, such a comparison as anyone might make based on common human understanding, says, like a true philosopher, that the wrongs committed out of desire are more blameworthy than those committed out of anger. When someone is driven by anger, it seems like they are turning away from reason with a certain pain and involuntary reaction. But when someone does wrong because of desire, being overwhelmed by pleasure, they appear to be more indulgent and in a way more irrational in their actions. So, rightly and in a manner befitting philosophy, he argued that an offence committed with pleasure is more blameworthy than one committed with pain. Overall, the first is more like someone who has been wronged, and through pain is forced to become angry, whereas the second is driven by their own impulse to do wrong, being led by desire to act. Since it's possible that you could leave this life at any moment, make sure every action and thought is in order. Leaving this world, if there are gods, isn't something to fear because the gods won't lead you into evil. But if they don't exist, or if they don't care about human affairs, why should I worry about living in a universe without gods or divine guidance? In reality, they do exist, and they do care about human matters, and they've given us everything we need to avoid true evils. As for anything else, if there was something truly evil, they would have ensured it was within our power to avoid it. Now, if something doesn't make a person worse, how can it make their life worse? It's not possible that the universe, either through ignorance or lack of ability, has ignored these things. Nor is it possible that it has made such a big mistake, either from lack of power or skill, that good and evil would happen randomly to both good and bad people. But death and life, honor and dishonor, pain and pleasure, these things happen equally to good and bad people, and they don't make us better or worse. Therefore, they are neither good nor evil. Everything fades away so quickly, both the physical things in the universe and the memories of them over time. Think about the nature of all the things we can sense, especially those that lure us with pleasure, scare us with pain, or get hyped up by fleeting fame. They're all so insignificant, trivial, dirty, temporary, and lifeless. It's the job of our intellect to notice this. We should also pay attention to who these people are whose opinions and voices shape reputations. Understand what death really is. If you look at death on its own and break down everything your imagination conjures about it, you'll see it's just a natural process. If someone fears a natural process, they're being childish. Death isn't just a natural process. It also serves the purposes of nature. We should also observe how humans connect with the divine, through which part of themselves, and when this part is aligned. There's nothing more miserable than a person who goes around in circles, digging into things beneath the surface, like the poet says, and trying to guess what's on other people's minds, without realizing it's enough to focus on their own inner spirit and genuinely respect it. Respecting your inner spirit means keeping it free from passion, carelessness, and dissatisfaction with what comes from the gods and other people. The things from the gods deserve our admiration for their excellence, and the things from people should be cherished because we're all connected. Sometimes they even evoke our sympathy because of people's ignorance of good and evil, which is as significant as not being able to tell the difference between black and white. Even if you were going to live for 3,000 years, or even 30,000 years, remember that no one loses any life other than the one they're living now, and no one lives any life other than the one they're losing now. The longest and shortest lives are essentially the same. The present moment is the same for everyone, even though what fades away isn't the same. What is lost seems like just a fleeting moment. A person can't lose the past or the future because you can't lose what you don't have. Keep these two things in mind. First, that everything from eternity follows similar patterns and cycles, and it doesn't matter if you see the same things for 100 years, 200 years, or forever. And second, that the person who lives the longest and the one who dies the soonest lose exactly the same thing. The present is the only thing a person can be deprived of, if it's true that this is all they really have, and you can't lose something you don't possess. Remember, everything is just an opinion. What the cynic Monimus said is clear, and it's also clear how useful his words can be if you take the truth from them. The human soul harms itself, first of all, when it becomes like a sore or a growth on the universe as much as it can. Being upset about anything that happens separates us from nature, which includes the essence of everything else. Next, the soul harms itself when it turns away from someone or approaches them with the intention to harm, like those who are angry. Third, the soul harms itself when it is overwhelmed by pleasure or pain. Fourth, when it acts or speaks insincerely or falsely. Fifth, when it allows any action or movement to be aimless, doing things thoughtlessly without considering what they are, since even the smallest actions should have a purpose, and the purpose of rational beings is to follow reason and the law of the most ancient city and society. Human life is fleeting, constantly changing, and our understanding is often unclear. Our bodies are prone to decay, our minds are restless, and predicting our future is tough. Fame lacks true judgment. In short, everything physical is ever-changing, and everything related to the soul is like a dream or mist. Life is a battle and a temporary stay, and being remembered after we're gone is unlikely. So what guides a person? Just one thing: philosophy. This means keeping your inner spirit free from harm and above pain and pleasure, acting with purpose and honesty, not relying on others' actions, and accepting whatever happens as part of the universe's plan, just like where we came from. Finally, facing death with a positive attitude, seeing it as simply the breaking down of the elements that make us. If these elements naturally change into something else without harm, why should we fear this change and dissolution? It's all part of nature, and nothing natural is evil. This is Incarnatum. Chapter 3, Book 3. We should not only think about how our life is slipping away day by day, and how little time we have left, but we also need to consider something else. Even if we live longer, it's uncertain whether our mind will still be sharp enough to understand things and keep the ability to explore both the divine and the human. If we start losing our mental faculties, things like sweating, eating, imagining, and wanting won't stop. But our ability to use our minds effectively, fulfill our responsibilities, clearly distinguish between different perceptions, decide if it's time to leave this life, and all other things that require a well-trained mind, will already be gone. We need to hurry, not just because we're getting closer to death every day, but also because our ability to understand and make sense of things fades away first. We should also notice that even the things that come after natural processes have their own charm and appeal. For example, when bread is baked, some parts crack open on the surface, and these cracks, which happen in a way the baker didn't intend, have a unique beauty and make us want to eat the bread. Similarly, when figs are fully ripe, they split open, and ripe olives, just before they start to rot, have a special beauty. The way ears of corn bend, the lion's eyebrows, and the foam from a wild boar's mouth. These things might not be beautiful on their own, but because they result from natural processes, they add to the overall beauty and are pleasing to the mind. So, if someone has a deep understanding and appreciation for the things in the universe, almost everything that naturally follows will seem pleasing in some way. Such a person will find the real gaping jaws of wild animals as fascinating as those depicted by artists. They will see a certain grace and dignity in elderly people, and appreciate the beauty of youth with a respectful gaze. Many things like this might not be pleasing to everyone, but they will be to someone who truly understands and appreciates nature and its creations. Hippocrates, after curing many diseases, eventually got sick himself and died. The Chaldei predicted many deaths, but fate caught up with them too. Alexander, Pompey, and Julius Caesar, after destroying entire cities and defeating countless thousands of soldiers in battle, eventually left this life as well. Heraclitus, who speculated so much about the universe's fiery end, ended up dying from a condition that filled him with water and left him covered in mud. Democritus was taken down by lice, and Socrates met the same fate. What does all this mean? You've set sail, completed your journey, and arrived at the shore. It's time to disembark. If there's another life, there will still be gods there. But if it's a state without sensation, you'll be free from pain and pleasure, no longer a slave to the body, which is inferior to what serves it, intelligence and divinity, as opposed to earth and decay. Don't waste the rest of your life worrying about what others are doing, unless it relates to something useful for everyone. When you get caught up in thoughts like, what is that person doing? Why are they doing it? What are they saying or thinking? You miss the chance to focus on your own inner strength. We should filter out thoughts that are pointless or harmful, especially those that are overly nosy or mean-spirited. Train yourself to think only about things you wouldn't mind sharing if someone suddenly asked, "What are you thinking about right now?" You should be able to answer honestly and openly, showing that your thoughts are straightforward, kind, and fitting for someone who cares about others and isn't focused on pleasure or competition, envy or suspicion, things you'd be embarrassed to admit. A person like this, who strives to be among the best, is like a priest or a servant of the gods, using the divine spirit within them. This makes them immune to pleasure, unharmed by pain, unaffected by insults, and free from feeling wronged. They fight the noblest battles, can't be overwhelmed by passion, are deeply just, and accept everything that happens to them as their share. They don't often, or without a good reason, worry about what others say, do, or think. They focus on what is theirs to do and constantly reflect on their own role in the grand scheme of things, making sure their actions are good and believing their share is fair. Each person's destiny is intertwined with them, and they remember that every rational being is a relative, and caring for everyone is natural. They value the opinions of those who live naturally, not those who don't. They keep in mind what kind of people these others are, both in private and public, day and night, and who they associate with in their impure lives. Therefore, they don't care about praise from such people, as these individuals aren't even content with themselves. Work willingly and with an eye on the common good. Be thoughtful and focused, and don't let fancy words dress up your thoughts. Avoid being overly talkative or juggling too many tasks at once. Let the spirit within you guide you as a mature, responsible person involved in public affairs, a Roman leader ready to answer life's call without needing promises or validation from others. Stay positive and don't rely on outside help or the peace that others might offer. A person should stand tall on their own, not be propped up by others. If you find anything in life better than justice, truth, temperance, fortitude, or in short, anything better than the satisfaction your mind gets from doing things according to right reason and accepting the situation you're given without your choice, then go for it wholeheartedly and enjoy what you found to be the best. But if nothing seems better than the divine part within you, which controls your desires, carefully examines all impressions, and, as Socrates said, has freed itself from the influence of the senses, submitted to the gods, and cares for humanity. If you find everything else to be smaller and less valuable than this, don't give way to anything else. Because if you do, you'll no longer be able to focus on that good thing which is truly yours. It's not right for anything else, like praise from others, power or pleasure, to compete with what is rationally and practically good. All these things, even if they seem to align with better things a little, quickly take over and lead us astray. So I say simply and freely choose the better and stick with it. But if something is useful, it is better. Well then, if it's useful to you as a rational being, stick with it. But if it's only useful to you as an animal, acknowledge it and hold your judgment without arrogance. Just make sure you investigate it with a reliable method. Never consider anything beneficial for yourself if it forces you to break your promises, lose your self-respect, hate someone, become suspicious, curse, act like a hypocrite, or desire things that need to be hidden. If you prioritize intelligence, your inner spirit, and the pursuit of excellence above all else, you won't play a tragic role in life. You won't need to groan, seek solitude, or crave company. Most importantly, you won't be obsessed with chasing or avoiding death. Whether your soul stays in your body for a long or short time, it won't matter to you. Even if you have to leave immediately, you'll do so as calmly as if you were doing anything else that can be done with dignity and order. Throughout life, just make sure your thoughts stay aligned with what is fitting for an intelligent being and a member of a community. In the mind of someone who has been disciplined and purified, you won't find any corruption, impurity, or hidden wounds. When fate catches up with him, his life doesn't feel unfinished, like an actor leaving the stage before the play is over. Moreover, there's nothing in him that's servile, fake, overly attached, or completely detached from other things. There's nothing blameworthy or in need of hiding. Respect the ability that forms your opinions. This ability is crucial in determining whether your core beliefs align with nature and the essence of a rational being. This ability offers freedom from making rash decisions, fosters goodwill towards others, and encourages harmony with the divine. Let go of everything else and focus on just a few important things. Remember, everyone only lives in the present moment, which is just a tiny point in time. Everything else in life is either in the past or uncertain. So the time each person has is short, and the place where they live is just a small corner of the world. Even the longest-lasting fame after death is brief, carried on by a series of ordinary people who will soon die themselves and don't even truly know themselves, let alone someone who passed away long ago. Here's another tip to add to the ones we've talked about. Create a clear definition or description of whatever you're dealing with. This helps you understand exactly what it is in its essence, in its bare form, and in its entirety. Identify its proper name and the names of the elements that make it up and those it will break down into. Nothing elevates the mind more than being able to methodically and truthfully examine everything life throws at you. Always try to see how each thing fits into the universe, what role it plays, its value in the grand scheme of things, and its value to us as humans, who are part of the largest community, where all other communities are like families. Understand what each thing is, what it's made of, how long it will last, and what virtues you need to deal with it, like kindness, courage, honesty, loyalty, simplicity, contentment, and so on. Therefore, in every situation, remind yourself, this comes from a higher power. This is part of the destiny that's been spun for me, and such coincidences and chances. And this is from someone who shares my nature, a relative and partner, even if they don't understand their own nature. But I do. That's why I treat them with kindness and fairness, following the natural law of fellowship. Meanwhile, in things that don't really matter, I try to figure out their true value. If you focus on the task at hand, following sound judgment seriously, energetically, and calmly, without letting anything distract you, and keep your inner self pure, as if you might have to return it at any moment. If you stick to this, expecting nothing, fearing nothing, and are content with your current actions in line with nature, speaking and acting with genuine truth, you will live happily, and no one can stop you from doing this. Just like doctors always have their tools and instruments ready for emergencies that need their expertise, you should have your principles ready for understanding both divine and human matters. This way, you can approach everything you do, even the smallest tasks, with an awareness of the connection between the divine and human. You won't be able to do anything well that relates to humanity without also considering the divine, and vice versa. Stop wandering aimlessly. You won't be reading your own memoirs or the deeds of the ancient Romans and Greeks, nor those book selections you were saving for your old age. So hurry towards the goal you have set for yourself and let go of idle hopes. Help yourself if you care about yourself at all, while you still have the chance. They don't realize how many things are meant by words like stealing, sowing, buying, staying quiet, or understanding what needs to be done. Because this isn't something you see with your eyes, but with a different kind of insight. Body, soul, intelligence. The body experiences sensations, the soul has desires, and the intelligence holds principles. Animals can perceive forms through appearances. Being driven by desires is something both wild animals and people who have lost themselves to indulgence, like Phalaris and Nero, experience. Even those who don't believe in gods, betray their country, or commit shameful acts in secret can have intelligence that guides them to what seems right. If all these traits are shared by everyone I've mentioned, what sets a good person apart is being pleased and content with what happens and accepting their fate. They don't tarnish the divine spirit within them or disturb it with a flood of thoughts, but keep it calm, following it faithfully like a god. They neither speak against the truth nor act against justice. And if everyone doubts that they live a simple, modest, and content life, they aren't angry with anyone and don't stray from the path that leads to the end of life. They aim to reach that end, pure, calm, ready to leave, and fully at peace with their destiny. Chapter 4, Book 4. The inner guiding force, when aligned with nature, responds to events in a way that it can easily adjust to whatever comes its way. It doesn't need specific materials to function. Instead, it moves towards its goals under certain conditions. It even turns obstacles into resources, much like a fire that consumes whatever falls into it. A small flame might be put out by such things, but a strong fire quickly absorbs the material thrown at it, burns it up, and grows even higher because of it. Don't do anything without a purpose, and always follow the best principles of your craft. People often look for places to escape to, like country houses, beaches, and mountains. You probably want these things a lot too. But this is really something that most people do, because you have the ability to retreat into yourself whenever you want. Nowhere else can you find more peace and freedom from trouble than within your own mind, especially when you have thoughts that instantly bring you calmness. I believe that tranquility is simply having a well-ordered mind. So regularly give yourself this retreat and refresh yourself. Let your guiding principles be simple and fundamental, so that whenever you return to them, they can completely cleanse your soul and send you back without any dissatisfaction with the things you return to. What are you unhappy about? The bad behavior of others. Remind yourself that rational beings exist for each other, that enduring is part of justice, and that people do wrong without intending to. Think about how many people, after all their conflicts, suspicions, hatred, and fights, have ended up dead and turned to ashes, and find peace at last. Or maybe you're unhappy with what life has given you. Remember this: either there's a guiding force or everything is just random chance. Or think about the arguments that show the world is like a political community and find peace at last. Maybe physical things are still bothering you. Then consider that the mind doesn't mix with the breath, whether it's calm or agitated, once it has separated itself and found its own strength. Think about everything you've learned and agreed upon about pain and pleasure, and find peace at last. Or maybe the desire for fame is bothering you. Notice how quickly everything is forgotten. Look at the endless chaos of time on either side of the present, the emptiness of applause, the fickleness and lack of judgment in those who claim to give praise, and the smallness of the space where it all happens, and find peace at last. The whole earth is just a tiny point, and how small is the corner where you live, and how few people are there, and what kind of people are they who will praise you? So here's the deal. Make sure to take some time for yourself, and most importantly, don't stress or overburden yourself. Be free and view things as a person, a human being, a citizen, a mortal. When you need something to focus on, keep these two ideas in mind. First, remember that external things don't affect your soul. They stay outside and unchanged. Our disturbances come from our own opinions. Second, everything you see changes quickly and won't last forever. Always remember how many changes you've already seen. The universe is all about transformation. Life is shaped by our opinions. If our intellectual side is shared, then the reason we are rational beings is also shared. If that's the case, then the reason that tells us what to do and what not to do is shared too. If that's true, then there's a common law. If that's true, we're fellow citizens. If that's true, we're part of some political community. If that's true, the world is kind of like a state. Because what other political community could we say the whole human race belongs to? And from there, from this shared political community, comes our intellectual ability, our reasoning, and our capacity for law. Where else would they come from? Just like my physical body is made up of parts from the earth, water, and fire, each coming from its own source, since nothing comes from nothing and nothing returns to non-existence, our intellectual side also comes from somewhere. Death, like birth, is a natural mystery. It's about coming together from the same elements and then breaking apart into those same elements. There's nothing to be ashamed of in it because it's not against the nature of a rational being, nor is it against the logic of our existence. It's only natural for these things to be done by certain people. It's just how it has to be. If someone disagrees, it's like expecting a fig tree not to have sap. But remember, in a short time, both you and that person will be gone, and soon enough, even your names will be forgotten. Remove your opinion, and the complaint, "I've been harmed," disappears. Once the complaint, "I've been harmed," is gone, the harm itself is gone too. If something doesn't make a person worse than they were before, it doesn't make their life worse either, and it doesn't harm them from the outside or the inside. The nature of what's universally useful has been forced to do this. Think about how everything that happens fairly, and if you pay close attention, you'll see this is true. I'm not just talking about the sequence of events, but also about fairness, as if someone is assigning value to each thing. So keep observing as you have been, and whatever you do, do it with goodness in mind, in the way that truly defines a good person. Stick to this in everything you do. Don't adopt the same perspective as the person who wrongs you, or the one they want you to have. Instead, see things for what they truly are. A man should always keep these two rules in mind. First, only do what the reasoning and decision-making part of your mind suggests is beneficial for people. Second, be open to changing your opinion if someone presents a convincing argument that proves you wrong. However, this change of opinion should come from a genuine belief in what is fair or beneficial for everyone, not just because it seems enjoyable or boosts your reputation. Do you have reason? I do. Then why don't you use it? If reason is doing its job, what more could you want? You've existed as a part. You'll eventually return to what created you, but instead you'll be welcomed back into its original essence through transformation. Think of many grains of frankincense on the same altar. One might fall earlier, another might fall later, but it doesn't really matter. In just 10 days, you will appear like a god to those who currently see you as a beast or an ape if you return to your principles and embrace the worship of reason. Don't act like you're going to live for 10,000 years. Death is always looming over you. While you're alive and while you have the chance, be good. Think about how much hassle you avoid when you don't worry about what your neighbor says, does, or thinks, and instead focus on your own actions, making sure they're just and pure. Or as Agathon puts it, don't get distracted by the messed up morals of others. Just stay on your own path without straying from it. If you're really eager for fame after you're gone, think about this. Everyone who remembers you will also die pretty soon. Then the people who remember them will die too, and eventually all memory of you will fade away as it's passed down through people who foolishly admire and then perish themselves. But let's say those who remember you could somehow live forever, and your memory could be eternal. What does that really mean for you? And I'm not even talking about what it means for you when you're dead, but what does it mean for you while you're alive? What is praise, really? Unless it serves some useful purpose. Right now, you're turning away from the natural gifts you have, holding on to something else instead. Anything that's truly beautiful is beautiful on its own and doesn't rely on praise to be so. Being praised doesn't make something better or worse. This applies even to things that people commonly call beautiful, like material objects and art. True beauty doesn't need anything else, just like law, truth, kindness, or modesty. Are any of these things beautiful because they're praised or ruined if they're criticized? Does an emerald become any less stunning if no one praises it? What about gold, ivory, purple, a lyre, a small knife, a flower, or a shrub? If souls keep existing, how does the air hold them forever? But then, how does the earth hold the bodies of all those who have been buried for so long? Just like how these bodies change and break down over time, making space for new ones, souls that move into the air also change and spread out. They take on a fiery nature by merging with the universe's creative intelligence, making room for new souls. This could be an explanation if we assume souls continue to exist. But we shouldn't just think about the number of buried bodies. Consider the number of animals we and other creatures eat every day. So many are consumed, and in a way, buried in the bodies of those who eat them. Yet, the earth absorbs them because these bodies transform into blood, and then into air or fire elements. What does it mean to investigate the truth in this situation? It's about distinguishing between what's physical and what causes the form, the formal aspect. Don't get swept away by everything happening around you. In every action, keep justice in mind, and whenever you encounter something new, make sure to use your ability to understand and comprehend it. Everything that resonates with you, O universe, resonates with me too. Nothing is too early or too late for me if it's on time for you. Everything that your seasons bring, O nature, is like fruit to me. Everything comes from you, exists within you, and returns to you. The poet says, "Dear city of Cecrops," so why wouldn't you say, "Dear city of Zeus"? The philosopher says, keep yourself busy with just a few things if you want to be calm. But think about this. Wouldn't it be better to say, do what's necessary, and whatever the nature of a social being requires, and do it in the way it requires? This approach not only brings the peace that comes from doing things well, but also the peace that comes from doing fewer things. Most of what we say and do isn't necessary, and if a person cuts these out, they'll have more free time and less stress. So in every situation, a person should ask themselves, is this one of the unnecessary things? It's important to eliminate not just unnecessary actions, but also unnecessary thoughts, because that way, unnecessary actions won't follow. See how the life of a good person fits you, the life of someone who is content with their share of everything and happy with their own fair actions and kind nature. Have you seen those things? Take a look at these too. Don't stress yourself out. Keep things simple. Is someone doing something wrong? They're only wronging themselves. Has something happened to you? Well, from the start of the universe, everything that happens has been destined for you. In short, your life is brief. You should make the most of the present with the help of reason and justice. Be moderate in your leisure time. Either the universe is well organized or it's just a chaotic jumble, but it's still a universe. But can there really be order within you and chaos in the whole universe, especially when everything is so interconnected, spread out, and in harmony with each other? A dark character, a feminine character, a stubborn character, beastly, childish, animalistic, foolish, fake, vulgar, deceitful, tyrannical. If someone is unfamiliar with the universe and doesn't know what's happening in it, they're just as much a stranger as someone who doesn't understand its workings. They're like a runaway avoiding social reason. They're blind if they refuse to open their mind. They're poor if they rely on others and can't provide themselves with everything necessary for life. They're like an abscess on the universe if they withdraw and separate themselves from the shared reason of our nature because they're unhappy with what happens. This same nature created everything, including you. They're tearing themselves away from the community if they separate their soul from that of other rational beings, which is united. One is a philosopher without a shirt, and the other without a book. Here's another one, half-dressed. I don't have any bread, he says, but I stick to my principles. And I don't make a living from my knowledge, but I stick to my principles. Appreciate the art you've learned, even if it's not perfect, and be satisfied with it. Go through the rest of your life like someone who has entrusted everything they have to the gods with their whole heart, making sure you're neither the tyrant nor the slave of anyone. Think about the times of Vespasian, for example. You'll see all these things, people getting married, raising kids, getting sick, dying, fighting wars, partying, trading, farming, flattering others, being stubbornly arrogant, suspecting, plotting, wishing some would die, complaining about the present, loving, hoarding wealth, and desiring political power or kingship. Well, that life of those people doesn't exist anymore. Now jump to the times of Trajan. Again, it's all the same. Their lives are gone too. Look at other periods and whole nations in the same way, and see how many, after great efforts, quickly fell apart and returned to the elements. But mainly, you should think about those you've known personally who distracted themselves with trivial things, neglecting to do what aligned with their true nature, and to stick to it and be content. It's important to remember that the attention given to everything has its own value and proportion. This way, you won't be dissatisfied if you focus on smaller matters only as much as is appropriate. Words that used to be common are now outdated, and the names of those who were once famous are also kind of outdated. People like Camillus, Caeso, Valesius, Leonatus, and a bit later Scipio and Cato, then Augustus, and later Hadrian and Antoninus. Everything fades quickly and becomes just a story, soon forgotten. And I'm talking about those who were truly remarkable. For everyone else, as soon as they take their last breath, they're gone, and no one talks about them. In the end, what is even eternal remembrance? It's practically nothing. So what should we really focus on? Just this: having fair thoughts, acting socially, speaking truthfully, and having an attitude that willingly accepts everything that happens as necessary, normal, and stemming from a similar principle and source. Willingly let yourself be guided by Clotho, one of the Fates, and allow her to weave your life's thread into whatever she chooses. Everything lasts just a day, both the one who remembers and what is remembered. Always keep in mind that everything happens through change, and get used to the idea that the nature of the universe loves nothing more than to change things and create new things like them. Everything that exists is, in a way, the seed of what will come next. But you're only thinking about seeds that are planted in the ground or in a womb, and that's a pretty basic way of looking at it. You're going to die soon, and you're still not straightforward, not free from disturbances, not without fear of being harmed by external things, not kind towards everyone, and you still don't see wisdom as simply acting justly. Take a look at what drives people, even the wise ones, what things they steer clear of, and what things they go after. What you consider evil doesn't exist in someone else's mind, or in any changes to your physical body. So where is it? It's in the part of you that has the power to form opinions about what is evil. If you stop forming such opinions, everything will be fine. Even if your body, which is closest to this part, is burned, filled with disease or decays, let the part that forms opinions about these things remain calm. It should understand that nothing is truly bad or good, if it can happen to both a bad person and a good person. Because whatever happens equally to someone who lives against nature, and someone who lives according to nature is neither in line with nature nor against it. Always think of the universe as a single living entity, with one essence and one soul. Notice how everything relates to a single awareness, the awareness of this one living being. See how everything moves together, and how all things are interconnected, working together as causes for everything that exists. Also, pay attention to the ongoing weaving of the thread and the intricate pattern of the web. You're a small soul carrying around a body, as Epictetus used to say. It's not inherently evil for things to change, and it's not inherently good for things to remain the same because of change. Time is like a river filled with the events that occur, constantly flowing and intense. As soon as something happens, it's swept away, and something new takes its place, only to be swept away as well. Everything that happens is as familiar and predictable as roses blooming in spring or fruit ripening in summer. This includes things like illness, death, slander, betrayal, and anything else that either entertains or bothers fools. In life, everything that happens is perfectly connected to what came before it. It's not just a random list of unrelated events that happen one after the other. Instead, there's a logical flow. Just like how everything in the universe is harmoniously organized, the events that occur aren't just a simple sequence. They have a remarkable and meaningful connection. Always keep in mind what Heraclitus said. The earth dies and becomes water. Water dies and becomes air. Air dies and becomes fire. And the cycle reverses. Also, think about those who forget where their path leads and how people often argue with the very thing they are always connected to, the reason that governs the universe. The things we encounter every day seem strange to them. Remember, we shouldn't act and speak as if we're asleep, because even in sleep we seem to act and speak. And we shouldn't just mimic what we've been taught, like children learning from their parents. If a god told you that you're going to die tomorrow, or definitely the day after tomorrow, you probably wouldn't care much whether it's the third day or the next day, unless you were extremely cowardly, because what's the big difference, really? So don't think it's a huge deal to die after as many years as you can imagine, rather than tomorrow. Constantly think about how many doctors have passed away after furrowing their brows over sick patients. How many astrologers have died after confidently predicting others' deaths? How many philosophers have talked endlessly about death or immortality and are now gone? How many heroes have died after killing thousands? And how many tyrants have wielded their power over people's lives with terrible arrogance, as if they were immortal? Consider how many cities are completely gone, like Helis, Pompeii, and Herculaneum, among countless others. Add to this list everyone you've known, one after another. One person buries another, only to be buried themselves soon after, and all this happens in such a short time. In conclusion, always remember how fleeting and insignificant human affairs are. What was just a bit of mucus yesterday will be a mummy or ashes tomorrow. So move through this brief span of time in harmony with nature and finish your journey contentedly, like an olive falling when it's ripe, grateful to nature for producing it, and thankful to the tree on which it grew. Be like a cliff that the waves keep crashing against. it stands strong and calms the raging waters around it. I'm feeling down because this happened to me. Actually, that's not quite right. I'm happy, even though this happened, because I'm not in pain, I'm not overwhelmed by the present, and I'm not afraid of the future. This kind of thing could happen to anyone, but not everyone would remain untroubled in this situation. So why should this be seen as a misfortune rather than a blessing? Do you always consider something a misfortune if it doesn't stray from human nature? And does something seem to you to stray from human nature if it isn't against what human nature intends? Well, you know what nature intends. Will what happened stop you from being just, noble, self-controlled, wise, or from being safe from rash judgments and lies? Will it stop you from having modesty, freedom, and everything else that allows human nature to achieve its potential? Remember, whenever something bothers you, apply this principle. It's not that this is a misfortune, but that handling it with grace is a blessing. It's pretty common, but still helpful to think about those who have clung to life when trying to downplay the fear of death. What have they really gained compared to those who died young? In the end, they're all lying in their graves somewhere, Cadicianus, Fabius, Julianus, Lepidus, or anyone else like them, who attended many funerals only to end up being buried themselves. The time between birth and death is really short, and think about how much effort it takes, who you spend it with, and how fragile our bodies are during that time. So don't think of life as something incredibly valuable. Look at the vastness of time before you were born and the endless time after you're gone. In this infinite timeline, what's the real difference between someone who lives for 3 days and someone who lives for 3 generations? Always take the straightforward path. The straightforward path is the natural one. So speak and act in line with the most sensible reasoning. Doing this frees you from stress, conflict, and any need for trickery or showiness. Chapter 5, Book 5. In the morning when you wake up reluctantly, remind yourself of this. I'm getting up to do the work of a human being. So why am I unhappy if I'm about to do what I was made for and brought into this world to do? Or was I created just to stay in bed and keep warm? Sure, that's more comfortable. But are you here just to enjoy yourself and not to take action or put in effort? Don't you see the little plants, birds, ants, spiders, and bees all working together to organize their parts of the world, and yet you're unwilling to do the work of a human being, and you don't hurry to do what's natural for you? Yes, rest is necessary, but nature has set limits for that too, just like it has for eating and drinking, and yet you often go beyond those limits. But when it comes to your actions, you fall short of what you can do. So you don't really love yourself, because if you did, you'd love your nature and its purpose. People who love their crafts work tirelessly at them, often neglecting food and cleanliness. But you value your own nature less than a woodworker values woodworking, a dancer values dancing, a money lover values money, or a glory seeker values their fame. These people, when they're passionate about something, would rather skip meals and sleep than not perfect what they care about. So, are the actions that benefit society less important to you and less deserving of your effort? It's so simple to push away and erase any thought that's bothering you or doesn't fit and instantly find peace. Evaluate every word and action that aligns with your nature as suitable for you. Don't get sidetracked by criticism or what others might say. If something is right to do or say, don't think it's beneath you. Those people have their own guiding principles and follow their own paths. Don't worry about them. Instead, stay true to your nature and the universal nature, as they are one and the same path. I go through the events that occur naturally until I eventually fall and rest, exhaling my breath back into the air from which I draw it daily. I will return to the earth from which my father gathered the seed, my mother the blood, and my nurse the milk. The earth that has provided me with food and drink for so many years. The earth that supports me as I walk on it and use it for countless purposes. You say people can't appreciate how sharp your mind is. Fine, maybe that's true. But there are plenty of other things you can't claim you're not naturally suited for. Show the qualities that are completely within your control: sincerity, seriousness, hard work, a dislike for indulgence, being content with what you have, kindness, openness, avoiding excess, and having a noble spirit. Don't you see how many qualities you can immediately demonstrate where there's no excuse of natural inability or unsuitability, yet you still choose to fall short? Or are you forced by nature to complain, be stingy, flatter others, criticize your own body, try to please people, show off, and be restless in your mind? No, by the gods, you could have freed yourself from these things long ago. Even if you can be accused of being a bit slow or not quick to understand, you should work on this too, not ignoring it or taking pride in your slowness. One person, after doing a favor for someone, is quick to consider it a favor they've given. Another person might not be so quick to think this way, but still, in their mind, they see the other person as owing them something, and they remember what they did. A third person doesn't even really acknowledge what they've done. They're like a vine that produces grapes and doesn't seek anything more after it's borne its fruit. Just like a horse after a race, a dog after tracking its prey, or a bee after making honey, a person who does a good deed doesn't call for attention or praise, but simply moves on to the next good act, much like a vine continues to produce grapes in season. Should a person be like this, doing good without even realizing it? Yes. But it's also important to be aware of what you're doing, because as social creatures, it's natural to want to know that we're contributing to society and to hope that others notice it too. What you're saying is true, but you might be misunderstanding the point here. If you grasp the true meaning of what's being said, don't worry that you'll neglect any social responsibilities because of it. An Athenian prayer. Rain, rain, dear Zeus, on the ploughed fields of the Athenians and on the plains. Honestly, we should either not pray at all or pray in this straightforward and noble way. When we hear that Aesculapius recommended horse riding, cold baths, or going barefoot to someone, we should understand it in the same way as when we hear that the universe has given someone illness, injury, or loss. In the first case, prescribed means he suggested these activities to help the person get healthy. In the second case, it means that what happens to each person is somehow meant for them, fitting their destiny. It's like when builders say stones fit together well in a wall or pyramid. Everything has its place and purpose. The universe is made up of all things working together, and destiny is made up of all causes coming together. Even people who don't fully get this idea often say it was meant to be when something happens to someone. So, we should accept these events just like we accept Aesculapius's treatments. Many of his treatments might be unpleasant, but we go through them hoping for health. Think of the fulfillment of what nature sees as good as being like your own health. Accept everything that happens, even if it's unpleasant, because it contributes to the health of the universe and the well-being of Zeus, or the universe. He wouldn't have brought anything upon anyone if it wasn't beneficial for the whole. Nothing in nature causes anything unsuitable for what it's meant to guide. So there are two reasons to be content with what happens to you. First, because it was meant for you and is tied to your destiny from the beginning. Second, because what happens to each person contributes to the happiness and perfection of the universe, even its very survival. The whole is incomplete if you try to remove any part of it. You disrupt this harmony when you're unhappy and try to reject what's happening. Don't get upset, discouraged, or dissatisfied if you can't do everything perfectly according to the right principles. When you fall short, just get back on track and be satisfied if most of what you do aligns with human nature. Love the process of returning to it. Don't approach philosophy like it's a strict teacher. Instead, treat it like someone with sore eyes uses a soothing sponge and egg mixture, or like someone else applies a plaster or rinses with water. This way you'll naturally follow reason and find peace in it. Remember, philosophy only asks for what your nature requires, but you might be chasing something else that's not natural. You might argue, what's more enjoyable than what I'm doing now? But isn't that exactly why pleasure can trick us? Think about whether qualities like greatness of spirit, freedom, simplicity, calmness, and piety aren't more fulfilling. After all, what could be more satisfying than wisdom itself, when you consider the security and happiness that come from understanding and knowledge? Things are so wrapped up in complexity that many philosophers, not just the average ones, have found them completely unintelligible. Even the Stoics find them hard to grasp. Our beliefs are always changing. Who among us never changes their mind? So think about the things themselves and how short-lived and insignificant they are. They might end up owned by a filthy person, a prostitute, or a thief. Then, consider the behavior of the people around you. It's tough to tolerate even the most pleasant among them, let alone dealing with yourself. In such darkness and mess, with everything constantly changing, substance, time, motion, and things in motion, I can't see what's truly worth valuing or seriously pursuing. Instead, it's our duty to find comfort in ourselves and wait for the things that will naturally come to an end, and don't get frustrated by any delays. Instead, focus on these two principles. First, nothing will happen to me that isn't in line with the nature of the universe. And second, I have the power to never act against my own conscience and inner spirit. No one can force me to do otherwise. What am I currently engaging my soul with? I need to ask myself this question every time and consider what state my ruling principle is in right now. Whose soul do I have at this moment? Is it that of a child, a young person, a weak woman, a tyrant, a pet, or a wild animal? We can understand what most people consider to be good by looking at this example. If someone truly believes that qualities like wisdom, self-control, justice, and courage are good, they wouldn't tolerate hearing anything that contradicts these values. But if someone initially thinks that what most people see as good is actually good, they'll easily agree with what the comedian said. Even most people can see the difference. If they couldn't, this saying wouldn't be offensive or dismissed in the first case, but we'd accept it when it refers to wealth and the things that promote luxury and fame, considering it clever and fitting. So, should we really value and consider those things good? If after first thinking about them, the comedian's words could be humorously applied, that someone with so much abundance doesn't even have a place to relax. I'm made up of both form and matter, and neither of them will just disappear, just like they didn't come from nothing. Every part of me will eventually transform into some part of the universe, and that part will transform into another, and this cycle will continue forever. Because of this constant change, I exist, as do those who came before me, and this goes on infinitely in the other direction too. There's nothing stopping us from saying this, even if the universe operates in specific cycles or periods. Reason and the art of reasoning, philosophy, are abilities that are self-sufficient and capable of accomplishing their own tasks. They start from their own initial principle and work their way towards the intended goal. This is why these actions are called katarthoses, or right acts, meaning they follow the correct path. We shouldn't consider anything as truly belonging to a person if it doesn't inherently belong to them as a human being. These things aren't necessary for a person, nor does human nature promise them, nor do they help us achieve our true purpose. So, the ultimate goal of a person isn't found in these things, nor in what helps achieve this goal, and what helps towards this goal is what's truly good. Moreover, if any of these things were truly part of a person, it wouldn't be right for someone to look down on them or oppose them. A person wouldn't be praised for not wanting these things, nor would someone be considered good for depriving themselves of them, if these things were indeed good. However, the more someone willingly gives up these things or similar ones, or even when they lose them, the more patiently they handle the loss, the better person they become. Your regular thoughts shape the character of your mind because your soul is influenced by what you think. So fill your mind with a steady stream of thoughts like these. For example, if a person can live somewhere, they can also live well there. If someone must live in a palace, then they can live well in a palace too. Also remember that everything is designed for a purpose, and it naturally moves towards that purpose. Its goal is where it heads, and that's where its benefit and goodness lie. Now, the good for a rational being is society. It's been shown that we are meant for social interaction. Isn't it obvious that lesser things exist for the sake of greater things? Living things are greater than non-living things, and among living things, those with reason are the greatest. Chasing after the impossible is crazy, and it's inevitable that bad people will do something like this. Nothing happens to anyone that they aren't naturally equipped to handle. The same things might happen to someone else, and either because they don't realize it has happened or because they want to show strength of character, they stay strong and unaffected. It's a shame, then, that ignorance and arrogance can be more powerful than wisdom. Things themselves don't affect the soul at all. They can't enter the soul, nor can they change or move it. The soul moves and changes itself, and whatever judgments it decides to make, it makes those judgments about the things that come its way. In one way, people are the closest to me because I need to do good for them and put up with them. But when some people become obstacles to what I need to do, they become just like anything else that's indifferent to me, like the sun, the wind, or a wild animal. Sure, these things might get in the way of my actions, but they don't affect my feelings or mindset, which can adapt and change. The mind has the ability to turn every obstacle into a help, so what seems like a hindrance actually becomes a boost to action, and what seems like a roadblock ends up helping us along the way. Respect what is best in the universe. That's the force that uses and guides everything. Similarly, respect what is best within yourself. It's the same kind of force. Inside you, this is what makes use of everything else, and it's what guides your life. If something doesn't harm the state, it doesn't harm the citizen either. Whenever something seems harmful, use this guideline. If the state isn't harmed by it, then neither am I. But if the state is harmed, don't get angry with the person causing the harm. Instead, show them where they're mistaken. Think about how quickly things come and go, both the things that exist now and the things that are created. Everything is like a river, always flowing, and the actions of things are constantly changing, with endless reasons behind them. Almost nothing stays the same. Also, think about the vastness of the past and future, where everything eventually vanishes. So isn't it foolish to get all worked up or upset over these things and make yourself miserable? They only bother you for a short while, and it's really not worth it. Consider the vast universe, of which you are just a tiny part, and think about the endless flow of time, of which you've been given just a brief, fleeting moment, and reflect on the grand scheme of destiny and how small a role you play in it. Is someone treating me unfairly? That's their problem. They have their own mindset and actions. Right now, I have what the universe intends for me to have, and I'm doing what my own nature guides me to do. Keep the part of your soul that leads and governs calm, regardless of any physical sensations of pleasure or pain. Don't let it get caught up in those feelings. Instead, let it stay focused and keep those emotions in their place. When these feelings naturally reach your mind, because your body is a connected whole, don't fight the sensation. It's natural. However, make sure your guiding part doesn't add any judgment, thinking the sensation is either good or evil. Live alongside the gods, and someone truly lives with the gods when they consistently show them that their soul is content with what has been given to them. They follow the guidance of the inner spirit, the demon, which Zeus has provided to each person as a guardian and guide, a piece of himself. This inner spirit is every person's understanding and reason. Are you upset with someone whose armpits stink? Are you mad at someone whose breath smells bad? What good will it do you to be upset? That's just how their body is. It's natural for those things to have an odor. But you might say, he has reason and can figure out what's wrong if he tries. Well, good luck with that. Okay, so you have reason too. Use your rational mind to engage his, point out his mistake, give him advice. If he listens, you'll help him, and there's no need to be angry, neither a dramatic actor nor a prostitute. Just as you plan to live after you're gone, you have the power to live that way here and now. But if people won't let you, then leave this life as if you're not being harmed. It's like leaving a smoky house. Why would you see that as a problem? As long as nothing forces me out, I'll stay, free to do what I want, and I choose to live according to the nature of a rational and social being. The universe's intelligence is social, so it has created lesser things for the benefit of greater ones, and it has connected the greater things to each other. You can see how it has organized, coordinated, and given everything its rightful place, bringing the best things into harmony with one another. How have you treated the gods, your parents, siblings, children, teachers, those who cared for you as a child, your friends, relatives, and your servants up until now? Think about whether you've acted towards all of them in a way that this could be said about you. You've never wronged anyone in action or speech. Think back on all the things you've been through and everything you've managed to endure. Your life's story is now complete and your service is finished. Remember all the beautiful things you've seen, the pleasures and pains you've dismissed, the so-called honorable things you've rejected, and the kindness you've shown to so many ill-intentioned people. Why do people who lack skill and knowledge bother someone who is skilled and knowledgeable? So, what kind of soul has skill and knowledge? It's the one that understands both the beginning and the end, and knows the reason that permeates everything and manages the universe through all time in fixed cycles. Soon, very soon, you'll be nothing but ashes or a skeleton, and either just a name or not even that. But a name is just sound and echo. The things we value so much in life are empty, rotten, and trivial, like little dogs biting each other, or kids fighting, laughing, and then immediately crying. But loyalty, modesty, justice, and truth have all disappeared. Why do you linger here on earth when you could be up on Olympus? If everything around us is constantly changing and our senses are unreliable, and even our souls are just fleeting things, then seeking fame in such a world is pointless. So why not calmly wait for your end, whether that means fading away or moving on to another existence? Until that time comes, what should you focus on? Simply this: honor the gods and be grateful to them, do good for others, and practice patience and self-control. Remember, anything beyond your body and breath is not yours to control. You can live your life in a steady flow of happiness if you follow the right path and think and act correctly. These two things are shared by the soul of God, the soul of man, and the soul of every rational being. Not being hindered by others, and believing that goodness lies in the inclination towards justice and the practice of it. Let your desires find their fulfillment in this. If this isn't my own wrongdoing, nor a result of my own wrongdoing, and it doesn't harm the common good, why am I worried about it, and how does it affect the common good? Don't let yourself be swept away by how things seem at first glance. Instead, help others based on what you can do and what they truly need. If someone has lost something that doesn't really matter, don't think of it as a real loss. That's just a bad habit. It's like when an old man, before leaving, asked for his foster child's toy back, remembering it's just a toy. You should do the same in these situations. When you're speaking out on the rostra Have you forgotten, man, what these things really are? Yes, but they are of great importance to these people. Will you also be fooled by these things? I used to be a fortunate man, but I lost it, and I don't know how. But being fortunate means that a person has given themselves a good fortune, and a good fortune is having a good disposition of the soul, good emotions, and good actions. Chapter 6, Book 6. The essence of the universe is flexible and cooperative, and the logic that guides it has no reason to do evil, as it holds no malice and doesn't harm anything. Everything is created and perfected according to this logic. Don't let it bother you whether you're cold or warm if you're doing your duty, whether you're sleepy or well rested, whether people speak badly of you or praise you, and whether you're dying or just doing something else. Dying is just one of life's many acts, so it's enough to do well whatever you're doing at the moment, even in this act. Look inside yourself. Don't overlook the unique qualities or the value of anything. Everything that exists will change soon enough, and they'll either turn into vapor, assuming all matter is essentially the same, or they'll just scatter. The guiding reason understands its own nature, knows what actions it takes, and is aware of the material it works with. The best way to get revenge is to not become like the person who did you wrong. Find joy in one thing and find peace in it as you move from one interaction to another, keeping thoughts of God in mind. The guiding principle is what motivates and directs itself. While it shapes itself into what it is and what it wants to be, it also makes everything that happens seem the way it wants it to appear. Everything happens according to the nature of the universe, because it definitely doesn't happen according to any other nature. And it's not due to an outside nature that encompasses this one, a nature that's contained within this one, or a nature that's separate and independent from it. The universe is either a chaotic mess where everything is tangled and scattered, or it's a place of unity, order, and purpose. If it's the first, why would I want to stick around in such a random and disordered world? Why should I care about anything other than eventually becoming part of the earth? And why should I be worried, since my elements will scatter no matter what I do? But if the second option is true, I respect it, stay strong, and trust in the one who oversees everything. When you've been forced by circumstances to get upset, quickly bring yourself back to your center and don't stay out of balance any longer than necessary. You'll have better control over your inner harmony by consistently returning to it. If you had a stepmother and a mother at the same time, you'd be respectful to your stepmother, but you'd always go back to your mother. Let the court and philosophy be like your stepmother and mother. Return to philosophy often and find comfort in her. Through philosophy, what you encounter in the court will seem bearable, and you'll seem bearable in the court. When we have meat in front of us and other foods, we realize that this is the dead body of a fish or a bird or a pig, and that this Falernian wine is just some grape juice, and this purple robe is just sheep's wool dyed with the blood of a shellfish. These are the impressions we get, and they help us see things for what they really are. We should approach life the same way, and when we come across things that seem most deserving of our admiration, we should strip them down and see their true worthlessness, removing all the fancy words that make them seem grand. Outward appearances can really mess with our reasoning, and when you think you're dealing with something truly worthwhile, that's often when you're being fooled the most. Think about what Crates says about Xenocrates himself. Most people tend to admire things that are pretty basic, like objects that are naturally solid or organized, such as stones, wood, fig trees, vines, and olives. But those who are a bit more thoughtful appreciate things that are held together by a living principle, like flocks and herds. People who are even more knowledgeable admire things that are guided by a rational soul, not just any soul, but one that's skilled in some art, expert in some way, or simply rational because it has control over others. However, someone who truly values a rational soul, one that is universal and suited for political life, focuses on nothing else but this. Above all, they keep their soul aligned with reason and social life, and they work together with others who share the same values. Some things are rushing into existence, while others are rushing out of it, and part of what is coming into existence is already fading away. Movements and changes are constantly renewing the world, just like the continuous flow of time is always refreshing the endless span of ages. In this ever-moving stream, where nothing stays the same, what among these fleeting things would someone truly value? It would be like falling in love with one of the sparrows flying by, only for it to have already disappeared from view. This is similar to the life of every person, like the breath we take in and release. Just as we inhale and exhale air every moment, the same goes for the entire breath of life we received at birth, which we eventually return to the source from which we first drew it. Transpiration in plants isn't something to be valued, nor is breathing in domesticated animals and wild beasts. It's not about reacting to appearances or being driven by desires like puppets on strings or gathering in groups or being nourished by food. That's just like separating and discarding the useless parts of what we eat. So what is worth valuing? Is it being applauded? No, we shouldn't value the applause of others because public praise is just noise. Imagine you've let go of this empty thing called fame. What remains that's truly valuable? In my opinion, it's about guiding and controlling yourself according to your true nature, which is the goal of all jobs and skills. Every craft aims for this, that what is made should fit its purpose. The vine grower, the horse trainer, and the dog trainer all aim for this. Education and teaching youth also aim for something. This is where their value lies. If you get this right, you won't need anything else. Won't you stop valuing many other things too? Then you won't be free, self-sufficient, or without passion. You'll inevitably be envious, jealous, and suspicious of those who can take away what you value, and you'll scheme against those who have what you desire. A person who craves these things will always be unsettled and will often blame the gods. But if you respect and honor your own mind, you'll be content with yourself, in harmony with society, and in agreement with the gods, appreciating all they give and have arranged. Everywhere you look, the elements are in motion, above, below, and all around. But the movement of virtue isn't found in any of these places. It's something more divine, quietly making its way forward, happily progressing along its path. It's odd how people behave. They won't praise those who are alive at the same time as them or who live alongside them. Yet, they really value being praised by future generations, by people they've never met and never will meet. But isn't this just like being upset because people who lived before you didn't praise you? If something is hard for you to do on your own, don't assume it's impossible for anyone. If something is possible for others and aligns with human nature, believe that you can achieve it too. Imagine you're doing gymnastics and someone accidentally scratches you with their nails or bumps into your head, causing a bruise. We don't get upset, hold a grudge, or think of them as deceitful. Instead, we stay cautious around them, but not as if they're an enemy or with any suspicion. We just quietly keep our distance. Try to apply this approach to other areas of life. Let's overlook many things from people who are like opponents in the gym. As I mentioned, we have the ability to step aside without harboring suspicion or hatred. If someone can convince me and show me that I'm not thinking or acting correctly, I'll happily change my ways. I'm always looking for the truth, which never harms anyone. But the real harm comes to those who stick to their mistakes and ignorance. I do my duty, and I don't worry about other things. They're either lifeless, irrational, or just lost and clueless. When it comes to animals and other things that don't have reason, remember that you do have reason, so use them with kindness and generosity. But with people, since they also have reason, act with a sense of community and connection. Always seek guidance from the gods, and don't stress about how long you spend doing this. Even 3 hours spent this way is enough. Alexander the Great and his groom ended up in the same state after death. Either they both became part of the same fundamental elements of the universe, or they were both scattered among the atoms. Think about how many things happen to us at the same moment, both physical and mental. With that in mind, it's no surprise that even more things, or really everything that exists in what we call the cosmos, happens all at once. If someone asked you how to spell the name Antoninus, would you shout out each letter? What if they got upset? Would you get upset too? Wouldn't you just calmly spell out each letter? In the same way, remember that every task in life is made up of specific steps. It's your responsibility to focus on these steps and, without getting upset or angry at those who are angry with you, continue on your path and complete what you need to do. It's really harsh not to let people go after what seems right and beneficial to them. Yet in a way, you stop them from doing this when you get upset because they make mistakes. They're drawn to things because they believe those things fit their nature and are good for them. But maybe that's not the case. So guide them and show them the right way without getting angry. Death is when our senses stop receiving impressions, our desires and cravings come to a halt, our thoughts stop wandering, and our bodies no longer need to be served. It's a shame for your spirit to be the first to give up in this life, especially when your body hasn't given up yet. Make sure you don't turn into a Caesar. Don't let yourself be colored by that influence. It can happen. Keep yourself simple, good, pure, serious, free from pretense, a friend of justice, a worshipper of the gods, kind, loving, and diligent in all the right actions. Strive to be the person philosophy wants you to be. Respect the gods and help others. Life is short. The only true reward of this earthly life is a pious nature and acts that benefit society. Do everything as a follower of Antoninus. Remember his consistency in every action that aligned with reason, his calmness in all situations, his devotion, his serene demeanor, his kindness, his disregard for empty fame, and his efforts to understand things deeply. Notice how he never let anything go without thoroughly examining and understanding it, how he endured unjust criticism without retaliating, how he never rushed, how he ignored slander, and how precisely he evaluated behaviors and actions. He wasn't one to reproach others, nor was he timid, suspicious, or a sophist. He was content with little, his lodging, bed, clothes, food, and servants, and he was hard-working and patient. Thanks to his modest diet, he could last until evening without needing any breaks, except at the usual time. He was steadfast and consistent in his friendships, tolerated opposing opinions, and took pleasure when someone showed him something better. He was religious without being superstitious. Imitate all this so you can have as clear a conscience when your final hour comes as he did. Get back to your senses and bring yourself back to reality. Once you've woken up and realized that those were just dreams bothering you, now, in your waking moments, look at the things around you the same way you looked at those dreams. I have a small body and a soul. To this small body, everything is indifferent because it can't perceive differences. However, to the mind, only those things that aren't the result of its own actions are indifferent. Everything that is a result of its own actions is within its control. But only those actions that relate to the present moment are within its power. The mind's actions concerning the future and the past are indifferent for now. The work done by the hand or the foot isn't against nature, as long as the foot does what a foot is supposed to do and the hand does what a hand is supposed to do. Similarly, a person's work isn't against their nature as long as they are doing what a person is meant to do. And if the work isn't against their nature, then it's not an evil for them. Think about how many pleasures robbers, those who kill their own parents, and tyrants have indulged in. Don't you see how craftsmen adjust themselves to a certain extent for those who aren't skilled in their trade? yet they still hold on to the principles of their craft and won't stray from them. Isn't it strange if an architect or a doctor respects the principles of their own professions more than a person respects their own reason, which is shared with the gods? Asia and Europe are just small parts of the universe. The entire ocean is just a drop in the universe. Mount Athos is just a tiny piece of the universe. All of the present time is just a moment in eternity. Everything is small, changeable, and temporary. Everything comes from that universal ruling power, either directly or as a result of it. So the lion's open mouth, poisonous things, and anything harmful like thorns or mud are all byproducts of the grand and beautiful. Don't think they're different from what you respect. Instead, have a fair understanding of the source of everything. Anyone who has witnessed what's happening now has essentially seen it all, everything that's happened since the beginning of time, and everything that will happen forever. That's because everything is connected and shares the same essence. Frequently think about how everything in the universe is connected and how they relate to each other. In a way, everything is intertwined, and all things are friendly towards one another. One thing follows another in a natural order, thanks to the active movement, mutual cooperation, and unity of everything that exists. Adapt yourself to the circumstances you've been given, and genuinely love the people you've been placed among. Do it truly and sincerely. Every instrument, tool, or vessel is considered good if it does what it was made to do, even though the person who made it isn't present. But in things that are naturally formed, the power that created them is within them and remains there. That's why it's even more appropriate to respect this power, and to believe that if you live and act according to its will, everything within you aligns with intelligence. In the same way, everything in the universe aligns with intelligence. If you start thinking that things outside your control are good or evil for you, then inevitably, when something bad happens or you lose something good, you'll end up blaming the gods and hating people, either those who caused the problem or those you suspect might have. We often act unfairly because we make distinctions between these things, but if we only consider things within our control as good or bad, then there's no reason to blame God or be hostile towards others. We're all working towards the same goal, some of us knowingly and with intention, and others without realizing what they're doing. It's like what Heraclitus, I think, said about people when they're asleep. They're still contributing and cooperating with the universe. But people contribute in different ways. Even those who criticize or try to resist and block what's happening are playing their part, because the universe needs people like that too. So, it's up to you to figure out what kind of worker you are. The one who governs everything will definitely find a way to use you well and will include you among those who contribute to the common goal. Just make sure you're not like the silly and pointless line in a play that Chrysippus talks about. Does the sun try to do the job of the rain, or does Aesculapius try to do what the earth does by bearing fruit? And what about all the stars? Aren't they different, yet they all work together towards the same goal? If the gods have made decisions about me and the things that must happen to me, they've made them wisely, because it's hard to imagine a God without foresight. And why would they want to harm me? What benefit would that bring them or the universe, which is their main concern? But if they haven't made decisions about me personally, they've definitely made decisions about the universe as a whole. The things that happen as part of this bigger plan, I should accept happily and be content with. But if they don't decide anything at all, which is a terrible thought, and if we believe it, we shouldn't sacrifice, pray, swear by them, or do anything else as if they were present and living with us. But if the gods don't decide on anything that concerns us, I can still make decisions about myself and figure out what's beneficial. What's beneficial for everyone is what aligns with their own nature. My nature is rational and social. My city and country, as far as I'm Antoninus, is Rome. But as a human, it's the world. So the things that are beneficial to these communities are beneficial to me. Whatever happens to each person is in the interest of the universe. This should be enough. But also, you'll notice this general truth if you pay attention. Whatever is beneficial to one person is also beneficial to others. But let beneficial here be understood in the usual sense, referring to things that are neither good nor bad. Just like when you're at the amphitheatre or similar places, where seeing the same things over and over makes the show boring, life feels the same way. Everything above and below is the same and comes from the same source. So how long will it continue like this? Constantly remind yourself that people from all walks of life, from all kinds of professions, and from every nation are now gone, even down to individuals like Philistian, Phoebus, and Oregonian. Now think about other types of people. We must eventually go to that place where so many great speakers and noble philosophers like Heraclitus, Pythagoras, and Socrates have gone, where heroes of the past, generals and tyrants have ended up. And let's not forget Eudoxus, Hipparchus, Archimedes, and other brilliant minds who were hard-working, versatile, confident, and even mocked the fleeting nature of human life like Menippus and those similar to him. Consider that all these people have long turned to dust. What harm has this done to them, or to those whose names we don't even know? The important thing is to live your life with truth and justice and to maintain a kind attitude, even towards those who lie and act unjustly. When you want to lift your spirits, think about the virtues of the people around you. For example, consider one person's energy, another's modesty, someone else's generosity, and another good quality in someone else. Nothing is as uplifting as seeing these virtues in action in the people we live with, especially when they are plentiful. So we should keep these examples in mind. I guess you're not unhappy because you weigh only a certain number of pounds and not 300. So don't be unhappy that you only get to live a certain number of years and not more. Just like you're okay with the amount of physical substance you've been given, be content with the time you have. Let's try to convince them. But even if they don't agree, follow the path of justice. If someone uses force to stop you, find peace and calm, and use that obstacle as a chance to practice another virtue. Remember, your attempt included the understanding that you weren't aiming for the impossible. So what were you aiming for? Something like this effort. You've achieved your goal if the things you set out to do are accomplished. Someone who loves fame sees another person's achievements as their own success. Someone who loves pleasure focuses on their own feelings. But someone with understanding sees their own actions as their true success. We have the ability to choose not to have an opinion about something and to keep our inner peace because things themselves don't have the inherent power to shape our judgments. Get used to listening carefully to what someone else is saying and try as much as possible to understand their perspective. What's not good for the hive isn't good for the bee either. If sailors mistreated the helmsman, or if the sick disrespected the doctor, would they listen to anyone else? And how could the helmsman ensure the safety of everyone on the ship, or the doctor ensure the health of their patients? How many people I came into the world with are already gone from it? For someone with jaundice, honey tastes bitter, and for those bitten by rabid dogs, water is terrifying. To little kids, a ball is the best thing ever. So why am I upset? Do you think a mistaken belief is any less powerful than the bile in someone with jaundice or the poison in someone bitten by a rabid dog? No one will stop you from living in line with your own nature's reason. Nothing will happen to you that goes against the reason of the universe's nature. What kind of people do others want to impress, and for what reasons, and through what actions? How quickly will time hide everything, and how much has it already hidden? Chapter 7, Book 7. What is evil? It's something you've seen many times before. Whenever something happens, remember that it's something you've encountered often. Everywhere you look, you'll find the same things that fill the old stories, the tales from the Middle Ages, and even those from our own time, the same things that fill cities and homes today. There's nothing new. Everything is both familiar and fleeting. How can our principles die unless the thoughts that align with them are snuffed out? But you have the power to keep these thoughts alive and burning. I can hold the right opinion about anything. If I can do that, why should I be upset? External things have no real connection to my mind. Let this be the state of your emotions and you'll stand tall. It's within your power to regain control of your life. See things again as you used to. That's how you reclaim your life. The pointless hustle of entertainment, stage plays, flocks of sheep, herds, spear exercises, a bone tossed to little dogs, a piece of bread thrown into fish ponds, ants working and carrying loads, scurrying frightened mice, puppets pulled by strings. It's all the same. In the midst of all this, it's your responsibility to maintain a good attitude and not act superior, but also realize that a person is only as valuable as the things they focus on. When you're having a conversation, pay attention to what's being said, and when something's happening, watch what's going on. In the conversation, try to quickly understand the purpose behind what's being said, and in the situation, carefully observe what it means. Am I capable enough to handle this or not? If I am, I'll use my understanding as a tool given by the universe to get the job done. But if I'm not, I'll either step aside for someone who can do it better, unless there's a good reason I shouldn't, or I'll do my best and get help from someone who, with my guidance, can achieve what's beneficial and appropriate for everyone. Whatever I do, whether on my own or with someone else, should always aim to benefit and be well suited for society. How many people, once celebrated and famous, have been forgotten, and how many who celebrated others' fame have been gone for a long time? Don't be embarrassed to accept help. Your responsibility is to do your duty like a soldier attacking a town. So what if you're injured and can't climb the battlements by yourself, but with someone else's help you can? Don't let future events worry you, because if you need to face them, you'll do so with the same reasoning you use for dealing with things now. Everything is interconnected, and this connection is sacred. Almost nothing exists in isolation. Things are organized and come together to create the same universe, order. There is one universe composed of everything, one God who is present in all things, one substance, one law, one shared reason among all intelligent beings, and one truth. This is true if there is indeed one ultimate perfection for all beings that share the same origin and partake in the same reason. Everything physical quickly fades into the essence of the universe, and everything with a purpose or cause is swiftly absorbed back into the universal reason, and the memory of everything is soon lost in the passage of time. For a rational being, doing something in line with nature is the same as doing it in line with reason. Stand tall, or be made to stand tall. Just like the parts of a body work together as one, rational beings, even when separate, are meant to work together too. You'll understand this better if you remind yourself often that you are a member of the system of rational beings. But if you think of yourself as just a part, you haven't yet truly embraced love for others. Kindness doesn't yet bring you joy for its own sake. You're still doing it just because it's the right thing to do, not because it benefits you personally. Whatever happens to the parts of me that can feel it, let it happen. Those parts can complain if they want to. But as for me, unless I decide that what's happened is evil, I'm not harmed, and it's up to me not to think that way. No matter what anyone does or says, I have to stay true to being good, just like how gold, emeralds, or purple would always say, no matter what anyone does or says, I have to stay an emerald and keep my color. The mind doesn't upset itself, it doesn't scare or hurt itself. But if someone else can scare or hurt it, let them try. The mind won't change its own opinion to feel that way. Let the body handle its own issues, and if it feels pain, let it express it. But the soul, which is capable of feeling fear and pain and has the power to form opinions about these things, won't suffer because it won't make such judgments. The core principle within us doesn't need anything unless it decides to create a need for itself. So it stays calm and unhindered as long as it doesn't disturb or block itself. Eudaimonia, happiness, is like having a good spirit or a good thing in your life. So what are you doing here, imagination? Please, I beg you by the gods, leave just as you arrived, because I don't need you right now. But here you are again, just like you always do. I'm not mad at you. I just want you to go away. Is anyone scared of change? I mean, what can happen without change? What's more appealing or fitting to the nature of the universe? Can you even take a bath without the water changing? Can you be nourished without the food changing? Can anything useful happen without change? Don't you see that change is just as necessary for you as it is for the universe? Just like a raging river carries everything along with it, the universal substance sweeps up all bodies, naturally connecting and working together with the whole, just like the parts of our body work together. Think about how many people like Chrysippus, Socrates, and Epictetus have already been consumed by time. Let this thought come to mind when you think about every person and thing. There's just one thing that bothers me: the fear of doing something that human nature doesn't permit, or doing it in a way that's not allowed, or doing it at a time when it's not appropriate. You're close to forgetting everything, and everyone is close to forgetting you. It's a unique trait of humans to love even those who do wrong. This happens when you remember that they're like family, that they mess up because they don't know any better and not on purpose, and that both of you will eventually die. Most importantly, the person who did wrong hasn't actually harmed you because they haven't made your ability to think and decide any worse than it was before. The universal nature, like a block of wax, shapes a horse, and when it's done with that, it uses the material to form a tree, then a person, and then something else. Each of these forms exists only briefly, but it's not a big deal for the form to be broken apart, just like it wasn't a big deal when it was put together in the first place. A constant frown is completely unnatural. If you keep it up, all attractiveness fades away, and eventually it's so gone that it can't be revived. Think about this and realize it's against reason, because if you lose even the awareness of doing wrong, what's the point of living anymore? The nature that rules everything will soon change everything you see, transforming their substance into new things, and then again into other things from that substance, so that the world is always fresh and new. When someone has wronged you, take a moment to think about what they believe is good or evil that led them to act that way. Once you understand this, you'll feel compassion for them and won't be surprised or angry. You might even share the same beliefs about what's good, or something similar. In that case, it's your responsibility to forgive them. But if you don't agree with their views on good or evil, you'll find it easier to be understanding towards their mistake. Don't focus so much on what you don't have. Instead, think about what you do have. Among the things you possess, choose the best ones and consider how much you would have wanted them if you didn't already have them. However, be careful not to become so attached to them that you start to overvalue them and become upset if you ever lose them. Take some time for self-reflection. The rational part of you that guides your actions is naturally satisfied when it acts justly, and this leads to inner peace. Clear your mind of imagination. Stop letting things control you. Focus on the present moment. Understand clearly what happens to you or to others. Break down and analyze every situation into its cause and its substance. Reflect on your final hour. Let the wrong done by someone remain with them, where it was committed. Pay attention to what's being said. Let your understanding dive into what's happening and the forces behind them. Dress yourself with simplicity and modesty, And don't get too caught up in things that fall between virtue and vice. Love people. Follow God. The poet says that law governs everything, and it's enough to remember that law governs all. About death. Whether it's a scattering, a breaking down into atoms, or complete annihilation, it's either an end or a transformation. About pain. The pain that's unbearable will eventually pass, but the pain that sticks around for a long time is manageable. The mind finds peace by retreating inward, and the core of who we are remains unaffected. As for the parts of us that are affected by pain, let them, if they can, express their thoughts on it. About fame. Take a look at the mindset of people who chase after fame. Notice what they're like, what they try to avoid, and what they go after. Think about how, just like piles of sand cover the ones beneath them, the events in life that happen first are quickly overshadowed by the ones that come later. From Plato. Do you think it's possible for someone with a broad perspective, who considers all of time and existence, to see human life as something significant? It's not possible, he said. So such a person would also believe that death isn't an evil. Absolutely not. From Antisthenes. It's noble to do good and still face criticism. It's a lowly thing for your face to just follow orders and adjust itself based on what the mind says, while the mind isn't able to adjust and compose itself on its own. It's pointless to stress ourselves out over things because they couldn't care less. May the immortal gods and we find joy together. Life is like harvesting ripe corn. One person is born, another passes away. If the gods don't care about me or my children, there's a reason for that. Because goodness and justice are on my side. Don't join others in their crying or get overly emotional. From Plato. Here's what I'd say to this person. You're mistaken if you believe that someone who is truly good should worry about the risk of life or death. Instead, they should focus solely on whether their actions are just or unjust, and whether they are doing the deeds of a good or an evil person. This is how it is, people of Athens, honestly. Wherever someone has positioned themselves, believing it's the best spot for them, or wherever a leader has assigned them, I think they should stay there and face the risks. They shouldn't consider anything else, not even death, before the disgrace of abandoning their position. But my good friend, think about whether what's truly noble and good is different from just saving and being saved. For someone who is truly a man, consider if worrying about how long they live is something to let go of. There shouldn't be an obsession with life itself. Instead, we should trust these matters to the divine and believe what people say, that no one can escape their destiny. The real question is how to live the time we have in the best way possible. Take a moment to observe the paths of the stars, as if you were traveling with them. Always think about how the elements transform into one another. These thoughts help cleanse the impurities of earthly life. Plato had a great saying. When talking about people, we should also consider earthly things as if we're seeing them from a higher perspective. We should look at their gatherings, armies, farming activities, marriages, treaties, births, deaths, the hustle and bustle of courtrooms, deserted places, different groups of people, celebrations, mourning, markets, a mix of everything, and how opposites come together in an orderly way. Think about the past. There have been huge shifts in political power. You can also predict what the future will be like because it will follow the same patterns. Things won't stray from the way they happen now. So looking at human life for 40 years is just like looking at it for 10,000 years. What more will you really see? What comes from the earth goes back to the earth, but what originates from heavenly seeds returns to the heavenly realms. This is either a breaking apart of the intertwined atoms or a similar scattering of the non-sentient elements. With food, drinks, and clever magic tricks, changing the river's path to escape death. The breeze sent from heaven we must endure and work hard without complaining. Someone else might be better at defeating their opponent, but they're not more friendly, modest, or better prepared to handle whatever comes their way. They're also not more understanding when it comes to the mistakes of those around them. Whenever we can do something in line with the shared reason of gods and humans, there's nothing to worry about. If we can benefit from actions that are successful and align with our nature, we shouldn't expect any harm. No matter where you are or what time it is, you have the ability to accept your current situation with grace. Treat those around you fairly and focus your mind on your current thoughts, ensuring that nothing slips in without careful consideration. Don't focus on figuring out what drives other people. Instead, pay attention to what nature guides you to do, both the universal nature through the events that happen to you and your own nature through the actions you need to take. Every being should act according to its own nature, and everything else exists for the benefit of rational beings. Just like in the animal kingdom, where lesser creatures exist for the sake of greater ones, rational beings exist for the sake of each other. The main principle in human nature is being social. The second principle is not giving in to the body's temptations, because the unique role of our rational and intelligent mind is to control itself and not be dominated by sensory or physical desires, which are more animalistic. The intelligent mind claims superiority and doesn't allow itself to be overpowered by these urges. This makes sense because it's naturally designed to manage them all. The third aspect of a rational mind is avoiding mistakes and deception. So let the guiding principles stick to these ideas and move forward confidently, and it will have what truly belongs to it. Think of yourself as if you've already lived your life and are now dead. From this point on, live the rest of your days according to nature. Embrace whatever happens to you and is woven into the fabric of your destiny. What could be more fitting? Whenever something happens, think about those who went through the same thing before you. They got upset, treated these events as unusual, and complained about them. And now, where are they? Nowhere. So why are you choosing to react the same way? Why not leave these disturbances, which are unnatural, to those who create them and those who are affected by them? Why not focus entirely on the right way to handle the things that happen to you? If you do, you'll handle them well, and they'll become opportunities for you to work with. Just pay attention to yourself and commit to being a good person in everything you do. And remember, look inside yourself. Inside is the source of goodness, and it will always flow if you keep exploring. The body should be well proportioned and not show any awkwardness in movement or posture. Just like the mind expresses intelligence and appropriateness through the face, the whole body should reflect that too. However, all of this should be done naturally, without any pretense. Living life is more like wrestling than dancing, because you need to be prepared and steady to handle sudden and unexpected challenges. Always pay attention to the people whose approval you seek and understand what drives them. By doing this, you won't criticize those who make mistakes unintentionally, nor will you crave their approval if you consider where their opinions and desires come from. The philosopher says that every soul is unintentionally deprived of truth. As a result, it's also deprived of justice, self-control, kindness, and everything similar. It's really important to keep this in mind, because it will help you be more understanding and compassionate towards everyone. Whenever you're in pain, remember this: there's no shame in it, and it doesn't harm your mind or make it any less rational or social. For most pains, let Epicurus's advice help you. Pain isn't unbearable or endless if you remember it has limits and don't exaggerate it in your mind. Also, keep in mind that many things we find unpleasant are similar to pain, like extreme tiredness, being overheated, or losing your appetite. So when you're upset about any of these things, remind yourself that you're just giving in to pain. Be careful not to treat the inhuman the same way they treat people. How can we be sure that Telauges wasn't better in character than Socrates? It's not enough to say that Socrates died a more noble death, debated more skillfully with the sophists, endured cold nights with more resilience, or that he refused to arrest Leon of Salamis because he thought it was more honourable. And as for his supposed swaggering walk in the streets, well, we can seriously question if that even happened. What we really need to look at is the kind of soul Socrates had. Was he able to be content with being just towards people and pious towards the gods? Did he avoid getting upset over people's wickedness, not become a slave to anyone's ignorance, accept whatever life threw at him without seeing it as strange or unbearable, and not let his mind get caught up in the troubles of the physical body? Nature hasn't mixed intelligence with the body in such a way that you can't control yourself and manage everything that's yours. It's entirely possible to be a truly good person without anyone else noticing. Always remember this, and also keep in mind that very little is actually needed to live a happy life. Just because you've given up on becoming an expert in logic or the natural sciences, don't lose hope in being free, humble, social, and obedient to God. You have the power to live free from any pressure and with a peaceful mind, even if the whole world is shouting against you as much as they want, and even if wild animals tear apart the body that surrounds you. What stops the mind, in the midst of all this, from staying calm and making fair judgments about everything around it, and from making good use of the things it encounters, so that your judgment can say to what it observes, "This is what you truly are, even if people think you're something else," and your actions can say to what you handle, "You are exactly what I was looking for." For me, whatever comes my way is always an opportunity for virtue, both rational and political, and ultimately for practicing the art that belongs to humans or God. Everything that happens is connected to either God or humans, and it's neither new nor hard to deal with, but rather a common and suitable challenge to work on. Achieving a perfect moral character means living each day as if it's your last, without getting overly excited, feeling sluggish, or pretending to be someone you're not. The immortal gods aren't bothered by having to put up with humans for such a long time, even though many of them are flawed. In fact, they even look after them in every way. But you, who have such a short time to live, are you really tired of dealing with difficult people, especially when you're one of them yourself? It's ridiculous for someone to avoid dealing with their own flaws, which they can actually change, but try to escape from other people's flaws, which they can't. Whenever our rational and social abilities encounter something that isn't intelligent or social, we naturally see it as being beneath us. When you've done a good deed and someone else has benefited from it, why do you look for something else, like fools do, whether it's recognition for your good deed or expecting something in return? Nobody gets tired of receiving things that are useful, and it's useful to live in harmony with nature. So don't get tired of doing useful things for others. The essence of the An led to the creation of the universe. Now, either everything that happens is a result of cause and effect, or even the main events that the universe's guiding force aims for are not governed by any logical principle. Keeping this in mind will help you stay calmer in many situations. Chapter 8, Book 8. This reflection also aims to eliminate the desire for meaningless fame. You can't go back and live your entire life, or even your life from a young age, as a philosopher. It's clear to both others and yourself that you're far from being a philosopher. You've gotten off track, so it's no longer easy for you to gain a reputation as one, and your current lifestyle doesn't support it either. If you've truly understood this, stop worrying about how others see you and focus on living the rest of your life according to your true nature. Pay attention to what your nature wants and don't let anything else distract you. You've tried many different paths without finding happiness, neither in logical arguments, wealth, reputation, pleasure, nor anywhere else. So where is happiness found? In doing what human nature requires. How can someone do this? By having principles that guide their feelings and actions. What principles? Those that relate to good and evil. The belief that nothing is good for a person unless it makes them just, temperate, courageous, and free, and nothing is evil unless it does the opposite of these things. Whenever you're about to do something, ask yourself, how does this affect me? Will I regret it later? Remember, in a short while, I'll be gone, and everything will be over. What more do I need if what I'm doing right now is the work of a thoughtful, social being who follows the same rules as God? Alexander, Gaius, and Pompeius, how do they compare to Diogenes, Heraclitus, and Socrates? The latter understood things, their causes, their essence, and their guiding principles were aligned. But as for the former, how many things did they have to worry about, and how many things were they enslaved by? Keep in mind that people will do what they want, no matter how upset you get. Here's the main point. Don't get upset, because everything follows the nature of the universe. Before long, you'll be gone, just like Hadrian and Augustus. Next, focus on your work with determination, keeping in mind that it's your duty to be a good person and fulfill what human nature requires. Do this without getting distracted. Speak in a way that seems most fair to you, but make sure to do it with kindness, humility, and sincerity. The essence of the universe has a job, to move things from here to there, to transform them, to take them away from here, and to place them elsewhere. Everything is constantly changing, but there's no need to fear anything new. Everything is familiar to us, even though their arrangement stays the same. Every being is content when it follows its natural path well. A rational being follows its path well when it doesn't accept anything false or uncertain in its thoughts, when it focuses its actions on social good, and when it limits its desires and dislikes to things within its control. It also finds satisfaction in everything that is assigned to it by the universal nature. Each individual nature is a part of this universal nature, much like a leaf is part of a plant. However, in a plant, the leaf is part of a nature that lacks perception or reason and can be hindered. In contrast, human nature is part of a nature that isn't hindered and is intelligent and just, distributing everything fairly and according to its value, time, substance, cause, activity, and circumstance. But when comparing things, don't look for one thing to be equal to another in every way. Instead, consider all the parts of one thing together and compare them with all the parts of another. You might not have the time or ability to read, but you do have the time and ability to keep arrogance in check. You have the time to rise above pleasure and pain. You have the time to rise above the desire for fame and not compare them with all the parts of another. You might not have the time or ability to read, but you do have the time and ability to keep arrogance in check. You have the time to rise above pleasure and pain. You have the time to rise above the desire for fame and not get upset with foolish or ungrateful people. In fact, you even have the time to care for them. Stop complaining about life at court or your own life. No one wants to hear it anymore. Repentance is like giving yourself a hard time for not doing something beneficial. But what's truly good has to be beneficial, and a genuinely good person should focus on that. However, no truly good person would ever regret turning down a sensual pleasure. So, pleasure isn't really good or useful. What exactly is this thing in its own nature? What's it made of? What's its essence and form? What role does it play in the world? And how long does it last? When you wake up feeling reluctant, remember that it's in your nature and part of being human to engage in social activities. Sleeping, on the other hand, is something even animals do. What aligns with your own nature is more uniquely yours, more fitting, and ultimately more satisfying. Consistently and whenever possible, With every experience that impacts your soul, apply the principles of physics, ethics, and logic. Whenever you meet someone, immediately ask yourself, what are this person's views on good and evil? If they have certain opinions about pleasure and pain, and what causes them, or about fame and disgrace, life and death, then it won't surprise me if they act in certain ways. I'll remember that they feel compelled to act based on those beliefs. Just like it's silly to be shocked when a fig tree grows figs, it's also silly to be surprised when the world produces certain things it's known for. Similarly, a doctor shouldn't be surprised if someone gets a fever, and a sailor shouldn't be caught off guard by unfavorable winds. Remember that changing your opinion and following someone who corrects your mistake is just as much an expression of freedom as sticking to your mistake. It's your own choice, driven by your own actions and judgment, and ultimately your own understanding too. If something is within your control, why are you doing it? But if it's under someone else's control, who do you blame? Random chance or the gods? Both are pointless. You shouldn't blame anyone. If you can, fix the cause of the problem. But if you can't do that, at least fix the issue itself. And if you can't even do that, what's the point in complaining? Everything should have a purpose. When something dies, it doesn't leave the universe. If it remains here, it also transforms here, breaking down into its essential parts, which are elements of the universe and of you. And these parts change too without complaint. Everything exists for a reason, like a horse or a vine. So why are you surprised? Even the sun would say, I have a purpose, and the other gods would say the same. So what's your purpose? Is it just to enjoy pleasure? Think about whether that makes sense. Nature considers not just the beginning and the continuation of things, but also their end, much like a person who throws a ball into the air. So what benefit is there in the ball being thrown up? Or what harm is there in it coming down, or even in it having fallen? And what benefit is there for a bubble while it stays intact, or what harm when it bursts? The same can be said for a light as well. Flip the body inside out and take a look at what it really is, and see what it turns into when it gets old, and what happens to it when it's sick. Both the one who praises and the one being praised, as well as the one who remembers and the one being remembered, are short-lived. All of this happens in just a tiny corner of the world, and even here people can't agree, not even with themselves. Plus, the entire earth is just a speck. Focus on what's in front of you, whether it's an opinion, an action, or a conversation. You're going through this for a reason. You keep choosing to become good tomorrow instead of being good today. Am I doing something? I do it with the intention of benefiting humanity. Does something happen to me? I accept it and attribute it to the gods and the source of everything from which all events originate. Think about bathing. Oil, sweat, dirt, dirty water, all kinds of gross stuff. That's how every part of life is and everything in it. Lucilla watched Verus die, and then she passed away. Secunda saw Maximus die, and then she followed. Epitincanus witnessed Diotimus's death, and then he too died. Antoninus saw Faustina die, and then he passed on. That's how it goes. Sella saw Hadrian die, and then Sella died. And those clever folks, whether they were prophets or just full of themselves, where are they now? Take, for example, the sharp minds like Charax, Demetrius the Platonist, and Eudaemon, and anyone else like them. All of them were fleeting, gone long ago. Some haven't even been remembered for a short while, and others have become the stuff of legends, while others have vanished even from those stories. So remember this little mix that is, you will either break apart, your breath will fade away, or you'll be moved somewhere else. It's fulfilling for a person to do what truly suits them. One of the key things for a person is to be kind to others, to not be swayed by sensory distractions, to make fair judgments about what seems likely, and to understand the nature of the universe and the events that occur within it. There are three connections between you and everything else. The first is with the physical world around you. The second is with the divine source from which everything originates. And the third is with the people you live with. Pain is either something bad for the body, so let the body have its say about it, or it's something bad for the soul. But the soul has the power to stay calm and peaceful, and not consider pain as something evil. Every decision, action, desire, and dislike comes from within, and no evil reaches that high. Clear your mind by frequently reminding yourself, right now, I have the power to keep any evil, desire, or disturbance out of my soul. By observing everything, I understand their true nature and use each thing according to its worth. Remember this natural power you possess. When you're speaking in the Senate or to anyone, no matter who they are, talk to them appropriately and without any pretense. Just use straightforward language. Augustus's court, his wife, daughter, descendants, ancestors, sister, Agrippa, family, close friends, Arius, Maecenas, doctors and priests, all of them are gone. Now think about the rest, not just the death of one person, but an entire family line, like the Pompeii. Consider what's written on tombstones, the last of his race. Think about the struggles those before them went through to leave behind a successor, and then realize that inevitably, someone has to be the last. Once again, reflect on the end of an entire lineage. It's your responsibility to live your life well in every single action you take. If each action fulfills its purpose as best as it can, be satisfied with that. No one can stop you from ensuring each action does its duty. But what if something external gets in the way? Nothing can stop you from acting justly, sensibly, and thoughtfully. But maybe some other ability will be blocked. If that's the case, accept the obstacle and focus your efforts on what you can do instead. This will immediately present you with a new opportunity for action, one that fits into the way we're talking about living your life. Accept wealth or success without getting arrogant, and be prepared to let it go when the time comes. If you've ever seen a hand, foot, or head lying around separate from the rest of the body, that's kind of what a person does to themselves when they're not happy with what happens and isolate themselves from others or act in an unsocial way. Imagine you've disconnected yourself from the natural unity, since you were made to be a part of it, but now you've cut yourself off. The amazing thing is, you have the power to reconnect. No other part of nature can do this once it's been separated, but consider the kindness shown to humans. We have the ability to never be separated from the whole, and even if we do separate, we can come back, reconnect, and take our place again. Just like the universal nature has given every rational being all its other abilities, we've also been given this power. Just as the universal nature transforms and places everything that stands in its way into its destined spot, making those things part of itself, a rational being can turn every obstacle into an opportunity and use it for whatever purpose it has in mind. Don't stress yourself out by thinking about your entire life all at once. Don't let your mind get overwhelmed by all the different problems you might face in the future. Instead, whenever something comes up, ask yourself, what about this is truly unbearable? You'll likely find that it's not as bad as you think. Also, remember that it's not the future or the past that's causing you pain, but only the present moment. And even that is quite manageable if you just focus on it and remind yourself that you can handle it. Is Panthea or Pergamus hanging out by Verus's tomb these days? Is Shorius or Diotimus sitting by Hadrian's grave? That would be absurd. But let's say they did sit there. Would the dead even know? And if they did know, would it make them happy? And if it did make them happy, would that somehow make them immortal? Wasn't it just part of life's plan for these people to grow old and eventually die? So what would happen once these people passed away? It's all just a mess of decay and blood in a sack. If you can see clearly, look and judge wisely, says the philosopher. In the makeup of a rational being, I don't see any virtue that goes against justice. However, I do see a virtue that stands against the love of pleasure, and that's temperance. If you remove your opinion about what seems to cause you pain, you'll find yourself completely secure. Who is this self? It's your reason, but I'm not just reason. Fair enough. Then let your reason not be troubled. But if any other part of you is suffering, let it have its own opinion about itself. Anything that blocks your senses is a problem for your animal nature. Similarly, anything that gets in the way of your desires is also a problem for your animal nature. Plants have their own kind of obstacles and issues too. So anything that hinders your intelligence is a problem for your intelligent nature. Think about how this applies to you. Do pain or physical pleasures affect you? That's something for your senses to handle. Has something blocked your efforts to achieve a goal? If you were pursuing this goal without any conditions or reservations, then yes, this obstacle is a problem for you as a rational being. But if you consider how things usually go, you haven't really been harmed or even held back. The things that truly belong to your understanding can't be blocked by anyone else, not by fire, iron, tyrants, or insults. Once your understanding is complete, it remains whole and unbroken. It's not right for me to cause myself pain, especially since I've never intentionally caused pain to anyone else. Different things make different people happy. But what makes me happy is keeping my mind clear and strong, without avoiding anyone or anything that happens to people. I try to look at everything with an open mind and appreciate everything for what it's worth. Make sure you make the most of the present moment for yourself. People who chase fame after they're gone should remember that future generations will be just like the ones they can't stand now, and both are mortal. Why should it matter to you what people in the future might say or think about you? Put me wherever you want. I'll keep my inner peace, staying content if I can live and act according to my true nature. Is just changing my location enough reason for my soul to be unhappy and worse off, feeling down, overwhelmed, withdrawn, or scared? What reason could you possibly find that justifies this? Nothing can happen to anyone that isn't a human experience, just like nothing can happen to an ox that isn't in line with being an ox, or to a vine that isn't in line with being a vine, or to a stone that isn't appropriate for a stone. So, if everything that happens is both usual and natural for each thing, why should you complain? Because the nature of the universe doesn't bring anything you can't handle. If you're upset by something external, it's not the thing itself that's bothering you, but your own judgment about it. You have the power to change that judgment right now. If something about your own attitude is causing you pain, what's stopping you from changing your opinion? And if you're upset because you're not doing something you believe is right, why not just do it instead of complaining? Is there an insurmountable obstacle in your way? Then don't be upset because it's not your fault it can't be done. But if you feel life isn't worth living if you can't do it, then leave life contentedly, like someone who dies while fully engaged and satisfied with the obstacles they faced. Remember that your inner strength is unbeatable when you're centered and content with yourself. If you don't do anything against your will, even if it's just out of stubbornness, you're in control. Now imagine how powerful it is when you make decisions thoughtfully and with reason. A mind free from passions is like a fortress. There's nothing more secure for a person to retreat to for safety and to remain unassailable in the future. If someone hasn't realized this, they're missing out. But if someone has realized it and doesn't seek this refuge, they're truly unfortunate. Only acknowledge what you actually see or hear. For example, if you hear that someone is speaking badly about you, that's all you know for sure, that it's been said. You haven't been harmed by it. If you notice your child is sick, that's what you observe. You don't know for certain that they're in danger. Stick to the facts as they first appear, and don't add your own assumptions or interpretations. If you must add something, do so with the wisdom of someone who understands everything that happens in the world. If a cucumber is bitter, just toss it out. If there are thorns on the road, simply avoid them. That's all you need to do. Don't start questioning why such things exist in the world. If you do, Someone who understands nature will probably laugh at you, just like a carpenter or shoemaker would if you complained about the wood shavings and scraps in their workshop. They have places to dispose of those scraps, but nature doesn't have an external space for waste. The amazing thing about nature is that even though she's limited in space, she transforms everything that seems to decay or become useless back into herself, creating new things from the same materials. She doesn't need resources from outside or a place to dump what decays. She's perfectly content with her own space, her own materials, and her own craftsmanship. Don't be lazy in what you do. Keep your conversations organized and stay focused in your thoughts. Avoid internal conflict and don't let your emotions spill over. Also, don't get so caught up in life that you have no time to relax. Imagine someone tries to kill you, cut you into pieces, or curse you. How can any of these actions stop your mind from staying pure, wise, calm, and fair? Think about it like this. If someone stands by a clear, pure spring and curses it, the spring keeps flowing with drinkable water. Even if they throw dirt or garbage into it, the spring quickly clears it out and stays clean. So how can you have a constant source of goodness like this spring, instead of just a regular well? By continuously shaping yourself to embrace freedom, contentment, simplicity, and modesty every hour. If someone doesn't understand what the world is, they don't know where they are. And if they don't know why the world exists, they don't know who they are or what the world is about. If someone is missing any of these understandings, they can't even explain why they themselves exist. So what do you think about someone who chases or avoids the praise of people who don't even know where they are or who they are? Do you really want praise from someone who curses themselves 3 times every hour? Would you want to make someone happy who isn't even happy with themselves? Can someone truly be happy with themselves if they regret almost everything they do? Don't just let your breathing sync with the air around you. Let your mind also align with the universal intelligence that encompasses everything. This intelligent force is just as widespread and accessible to anyone who wants to tap into it as the air is to anyone who can breathe it in. In general, evil doesn't really hurt the universe, and specifically, one person's evil doesn't harm another person. It's only harmful to the person who has the ability to let go of it whenever they decide to. To me, my neighbor's free will is as irrelevant as their breath and flesh. Even though we're meant to support each other, each of us has our own responsibilities. Otherwise, my neighbor's evil actions would harm me, which isn't what God intended. So my happiness doesn't rely on someone else. The sun seems to pour down its light everywhere, spreading out in all directions, but it doesn't just spill over. This spreading is more like an extension. That's why its rays are called extensions, actines, because they stretch out apo tu ektinestai. You can get a sense of what a ray is like if you watch sunlight streaming through a small opening into a dark room. It stretches out in a straight line and seems to split when it hits a solid object that blocks the air beyond it. But the light stays put and doesn't just slide off or drop away. Similarly, our understanding should spread out and extend, not just spill over. It shouldn't crash violently into obstacles, nor should it fall away, but rather stay steady and illuminate whatever it touches. If something doesn't allow the light in, it will miss out on the illumination. If you're afraid of death, you're either worried about losing all feeling or experiencing a different kind of feeling. But if you end up with no sensation, you won't feel any harm. And if you gain a new kind of sensation, you'll become a different kind of living being, and you won't stop living. People are here for each other, so either help them learn or be patient with them. An arrow moves in one way, but the mind moves differently. Whether the mind is being cautious or engaged in inquiry, it still moves directly towards its goal. Understand what drives each person and let others understand what drives you. Chapter 9, Book 9. When someone acts unjustly, they're acting against the divine order. The universal nature has created rational beings to support and help each other based on what they deserve, not to harm one another. So if someone goes against this will, they're clearly being impious towards the highest divinity. Lying is also an act of impiety against this divinity, because the universal nature represents the truth and the essence of all things. Everything that exists is connected to everything that comes into being. This universal nature is called truth and is the root of all that is true. Therefore, someone who lies on purpose is being impious because they're being unjust by deceiving others. Even someone who lies unintentionally is at odds with the universal nature, disrupting the order by opposing the world's natural state. They fight against it by acting contrary to truth, having neglected their natural ability to distinguish falsehood from truth. Moreover, someone who chases pleasure as a good thing and avoids pain as evil is also guilty of impiety. Such a person often criticizes the universal nature, claiming it gives things to the bad and the good contrary to what they deserve. This is because often the bad enjoy pleasure and have things that bring pleasure, while the good experience pain and have things that cause pain. Additionally, someone who fears pain will sometimes fear things that happen in the world, which is also impiety. Someone who seeks pleasure won't refrain from injustice, and that's clearly impious. Regarding things that the universal nature treats equally, because it wouldn't have created both unless it was equally concerned with both, those who want to follow nature should have the same mindset and be equally affected. So, when it comes to pain and pleasure, or life and death, or honor and dishonor, which the universal nature uses equally, anyone who isn't equally affected is clearly acting impiously. I say that the universal nature uses them equally, rather than saying they happen the same way to those who are born in a continuous series and to those who come after them due to a certain original movement of providence. This movement started from a certain beginning, leading to the current order of things, having established certain principles for what was to be, and determined powers that produce beings, changes, and similar successions. The happiest situation for a person would be to leave this world without ever experiencing lying, hypocrisy, luxury, or pride. However, if you've had your fill of these things, then leaving life behind is the next best option, as the saying goes. Have you decided to stick with vice, and hasn't your experience convinced you to escape this plague? The destruction of the mind is a far worse pestilence than any corruption or change in the air around us. That kind of corruption affects animals as animals, but the other is a plague on humans as humans. Don't look down on death, instead be at peace with it, since it's just another part of what nature intends. Just like being young, growing old, maturing, getting teeth, growing a beard, getting grey hair, having children, being pregnant, giving birth, and all the other natural processes that come with the stages of life, so is death. It's fitting for a thoughtful person not to be careless, impatient, or dismissive about death, but to wait for it as one of nature's processes. Just as you now wait for the time when your child will be born, be ready for the time when your soul will leave your body. But if you need a more straightforward comfort that speaks to your heart, you'll find peace with death by considering what you're leaving behind and the behaviors of those you'll no longer be around. It's not right to be upset with people, but you should care for them and be patient with them. However, remember that your departure won't be from people who share your values. If there's anything that might make us cling to life, it's the chance to live with those who share our principles. But now you see how much trouble comes from living with those who don't agree with you, so you might even say, "Come quickly, death, before I lose myself too." When someone does something wrong, they're really wronging themselves. When someone acts unjustly, they're being unjust to themselves because they're making themselves worse. Someone often acts unfairly, not just by doing something wrong, but also by failing to do something they should. Your current beliefs based on understanding, your actions aimed at benefiting others, and your attitude of contentment with whatever happens. That's enough. Get rid of imagination, control your desires, curb your appetite, and keep your mind in charge. In animals that don't have reason, there's a shared life force, but in animals with reason, there's a shared intelligent soul. It's similar to how there's one earth for everything with an earthy nature. We all see by the same light and breathe the same air, all of us who can see and all of us who are alive. Everything that shares a common trait tends to move towards others like itself. Earthy things gravitate towards the earth, liquids flow together, and airy things do the same, needing something to keep them apart, or some force to separate them. Fire rises because of its elemental nature, and it's so eager to unite with other fire that even dry materials ignite easily, since they have less that hinders ignition. Similarly, anything that shares in the common intelligent nature moves towards others like itself, or even more so. The more superior it is compared to other things, the more it wants to blend and unite with what is similar to it. Among animals without reason, we see swarms of bees, herds of cattle, the nurturing of young birds, and even a kind of love, because even animals have souls, and the force that brings them together is stronger than what we see in plants, stones, or trees. In rational animals, we have communities, friendships, families, gatherings, and in times of war, treaties and ceasefires. In even higher things, unity exists even when they're apart, like the stars. This ascent to a higher level creates a connection even in separated things. But look at what's happening now. Only intelligent animals have forgotten this mutual desire and inclination, and only in them do we not see this natural coming together. Yet even when people try to avoid this union, they are drawn to it because their nature is too strong. You'll see what I mean if you just observe. It's easier to find something earthy that doesn't touch anything else earthy than to find a person completely separated from others. Humans, God, and the universe all bear fruit, each in their own time. While we often associate the term fruit with vines and similar things, that's just a matter of habit. Reason also bears fruit, benefiting both everyone and itself, and from reason, other things similar to it are created. If you can, correct those who do wrong by teaching them, but if you can't, remember that patience is given to you for this reason. The gods are also patient with such people, and sometimes they even help them gain health, wealth, and reputation because they are so kind. You have this power too, so who is stopping you? Work not like someone who's miserable, or like someone seeking pity or admiration. Instead, focus your will on just one thing, to take action and restrain yourself as the needs of the community dictate. Today, I've freed myself from all trouble, or rather, I've let go of all trouble, because it wasn't something external. It was inside me, in my own thoughts and opinions. Everything is the same, familiar in our experiences, fleeting in time, and insignificant in substance. Everything now is just like it was in the days of those we've laid to rest. Things exist independently of us, just as they are, without any awareness of themselves or any ability to form opinions. So what is it that judges them? It's our ability to reason and make decisions. The evil and good of a rational social being aren't found in being passive, but in being active, just like their virtue and vice come from action, not passivity. For a stone that's been tossed into the air, it's not a bad thing to fall back down, nor is it particularly good to have been thrown up in the first place. Look deep into people's core beliefs, and you'll realize what kind of judges you're worried about and how they judge themselves. Everything is changing. You yourself are constantly evolving and, in a way, constantly being transformed, just like the entire universe. It's your responsibility to leave someone else's wrongdoing where it belongs. Stopping activity, pausing from movement and opinions, and in a way their end, is not evil. Think about your life now, your childhood, your youth, your adulthood, and your old age, because in each of these stages, every change was like a death. Is there anything to fear in that? Reflect on your life with your grandfather, then with your mother, and then with your father. As you notice many other differences, changes, and endings, ask yourself, is there anything to fear? Similarly, the end, pause, and change of your entire life is not something to be afraid of. Quickly take a look at your own guiding principles, those of the universe, and those of the people around you. Check your own to ensure they're fair and just. Reflect on the universe's principles to remember that you're a part of it, and consider your neighbor's principles to understand if they've acted out of ignorance or with awareness, and to recognize that their guiding principles are similar to yours. Just as you are a part of a social system, make sure every action you take contributes to social life. If any of your actions don't have any connection, either directly or indirectly, to a social purpose, it disrupts your life and prevents it from being unified. It's like a rebellion, similar to when someone in a group meeting acts independently and goes against the collective agreement. The arguments and games of little kids, and the way troubled souls carry around dead bodies, everything is like that. It's similar to how the scenes depicted in stories about the afterlife become clearer to us. Take a close look at the shape or design of an object, completely separate it from what it's made of, and then think about it. After that, figure out the longest time something with this specific shape is naturally meant to last. You've gone through countless struggles because you haven't been satisfied with your own guiding mind when it's doing what it's naturally meant to do. But let's leave it at that. When someone blames or hates you, or when people say hurtful things about you, try to understand their troubled souls. Look deeper and see what kind of people they really are. You'll find there's no reason to worry about their opinions of you. Still, you should be kind to them because by nature, they are your friends. Even the gods help them in various ways, like through dreams and signs, to achieve the things they value. The cycles of the universe are consistent, rising and falling through the ages. Either the universal intelligence acts for each specific outcome, and if that's the case, be satisfied with the results of its actions, or it sets things in motion once, and everything else follows in a sequence, or everything originates from indivisible elements. In short, if there is a God, everything is good, and if chance is in control, don't let it control you too. Soon the earth will cover us all. Then the earth itself will change, and the things that come from change will keep changing forever, and those things will change again, endlessly. If someone thinks about the changes and transformations that happen one after another, like waves, and how quickly they occur, they'll come to look down on everything that doesn't last. The universal force is like a raging winter river. It sweeps everything along with it. But how insignificant are all these people caught up in politics, thinking they're being philosophical? They're just babbling. So, my friend, do what nature demands of you right now. Get moving if you can, and don't worry about whether anyone notices. Don't wait around for some perfect society like Plato's Republic. Be satisfied if even the smallest thing goes well, and see that as a big deal. Who can really change people's opinions? Without changing opinions, what else is there but the slavery of people who complain while pretending to obey? Tell me about Alexander, Philip, and Demetrius of Phalerum. Let them decide if they understood what nature required and trained themselves accordingly. But if they acted like tragic heroes, no one has forced me to follow their example. Philosophy is simple and humble work. Don't lead me into laziness and arrogance. Look down from above at the countless groups of people and their endless ceremonies, the endless journeys through storms and calm weather, and the differences among those who are born, live together, and die. Think about the lives of people in the past, the lives of those who will come after you, and the lives being lived now among distant cultures. Consider how many people don't even know your name, and how many will soon forget it. Remember that those who might be praising you now will soon criticize you, and that neither a name remembered after you're gone, nor a reputation really matters in the end. Let there be peace of mind when it comes to things that happen due to external causes, and let there be fairness in the actions driven by your internal motivations. In other words, let your actions and decisions lead to social good, because that's in line with your true nature. You can get rid of many unnecessary things that bother you, as they exist only in your perception. By doing this, you'll create plenty of mental space for yourself by understanding the entire universe in your mind. Reflect on the eternity of time and notice how quickly everything changes, how short the time is from birth to death, and the endless time before birth and after death. Everything you see will soon disappear, and those who witness its end will also be gone before long. Whether someone dies at a very old age or much earlier, they will end up in the same state. What are the main beliefs of these people, and what are they focused on, and why do they love and respect certain things? Picture their troubled souls exposed. When they believe they're causing harm with their criticism or doing good with their praise, what a thought! Loss is just another form of change. But the universe loves change, and everything happening now is done well because of it. This has been true forever, and will continue to be true indefinitely. So, what are you saying? That everything has always been and will always be evil, and that not even the power of countless gods has been able to fix it, leaving the world doomed to endless suffering. The decay at the core of everything, water, dust, bones, dirt, or on the other hand marble rocks, the hardened parts of the earth, and gold and silver just deposits, and clothes, merely strands of hair, and purple dye, just blood, and everything else is similar, and what we call air is just another thing like this, constantly shifting from one form to another. Enough of this miserable life, complaining and silly antics. Why are you upset? What's new about this? What's throwing you off? Is it the appearance of the thing? Take a look at it. Or is it the substance? Examine it. But beyond these, there's nothing else. So when it comes to the gods, finally become more straightforward and better. It doesn't matter if we analyze these things for 100 years or just 3. If someone has done something wrong, the consequences are on them. But maybe they haven't done anything wrong at all. Either everything comes from one intelligent source and works together like parts of a single body, and the parts shouldn't complain about what's done for the good of the whole, or it's just atoms with nothing more than mixing and scattering. So why are you upset? Ask your guiding mind. Are you lifeless? Are you tainted? Are you pretending? Have you turned into a beast? Are you just following the crowd and feeding with them? Either the gods have power or they don't. If they don't have power, why do you pray to them? But if they do have power, why not ask them to help you stop fearing the things you fear, or stop desiring the things you desire, or stop feeling pain? Instead of asking for specific events to happen or not happen, surely if they can help humans, they can help with these things too. But maybe you'll say that the gods have put these things within your control. Well, isn't it better to use what you can control like a free person rather than desperately wanting what you can't control? And who says the gods don't help us with things that are in our control? Start praying for these things and you'll see. One person might pray, "How can I sleep with that woman?" You should pray, "How can I not want to sleep with her?" Another might pray, "How can I get out of this situation?" You should pray, "How can I not want to escape it?" Another might pray, "How can I not lose my child?" You should pray, "How can I not be afraid of losing him?" In short, change your prayers this way and see what happens. Epicurus says, during my illness, I didn't focus on my physical pain in my conversations, nor did I discuss such topics with those who visited me. Instead, I continued to talk about the nature of things as I always did, focusing on the main point. how the mind can remain calm and maintain its well-being even while the body is experiencing discomfort. I didn't give the doctors a chance to act like they were doing something extraordinary. My life continued smoothly and happily. So, do the same as he did, whether you're sick or in any other situation. Never abandon philosophy, no matter what happens, and avoid engaging in trivial conversations with someone who is ignorant or unfamiliar with nature. Stay focused on what you're doing and the tools you're using to do it. When you're upset with someone's shameless behavior, ask yourself right away, is it possible for shameless people not to exist in the world? It's not possible, so don't expect the impossible. This person is just one of those shameless people who inevitably exist. Keep this in mind when dealing with liars, untrustworthy people, or anyone who does wrong. By reminding yourself that it's impossible for such people not to exist, you'll become more understanding towards each person individually. It's also helpful to recognize, as soon as the situation arises, what virtue nature has given us to counteract wrongful acts. Nature has given us patience to deal with foolish people and other strengths for different types of people. In every case, you can try to correct someone who has gone astray through teaching, because anyone who makes a mistake has simply lost their way. Besides, how have you been harmed? You'll find that none of the people you're upset with have done anything to make your mind worse. The real harm comes from within your own mind. And what's so strange or harmful if someone who hasn't been taught acts like an untaught person? Maybe you should blame yourself for not expecting that person to make such a mistake. You had the ability to anticipate it, but you forgot and are now surprised by their error. Especially when you blame someone for being unfaithful or ungrateful. Look at yourself. The fault is clearly yours, whether you trusted someone with such a disposition to keep their promise or didn't give your kindness freely, expecting something in return. What more do you want when you've done someone a favor? Isn't it enough that you've acted according to your nature? Do you need to be rewarded for it? Just like the eye doesn't ask for a reward for seeing, or the feet for walking. These parts of us are made for specific purposes, and by fulfilling them, they achieve what they're meant to. Similarly, humans are naturally inclined to be kind, and when we do something kind or beneficial to others, we're acting in line with our nature and getting what is truly ours. Chapter 10, Book 10. Will you, my soul, ever be truly good, simple and genuine, more obvious than the body that surrounds you? Will you ever find joy in being affectionate and content? Will you ever feel complete without wanting anything more, not craving anything, whether living or non-living, for the sake of pleasure? Will you stop wishing for more time to enjoy things, or for a different place, a nicer climate, or the company of people you can live harmoniously with? Instead, will you be satisfied with your current situation, happy with everything around you, and convince yourself that you have everything you need, that it all comes from the gods, and that everything is as it should be for you? Will you trust that whatever pleases them and whatever they provide is for the preservation of the perfect living being, the good, just, and beautiful, that creates and holds everything together, and embraces all things that are transformed to create new things? Will you ever be in such harmony with gods and people that you neither criticize them nor are criticized by them? Pay attention to what your nature needs as long as you're guided only by nature. Then go ahead and do it, and accept it, as long as it doesn't make your nature as a living being worse. Next, you need to pay attention to what your nature requires as a living being. You can allow yourself all of this, as long as it doesn't make your nature, as a rational being, worse. But remember, being rational also means being a social creature, so follow these guidelines and don't worry about anything else. Everything that happens either happens in a way that you're naturally equipped to handle, or in a way that you're not. If it happens in a way you're naturally equipped to handle, don't complain. Just deal with it as you're meant to. But if it happens in a way you're not equipped to handle, don't complain either, because it will eventually pass after it has run its course. Remember, though, that you're naturally equipped to handle anything, as long as you believe it's in your interest or your duty to make it manageable and tolerable. If someone is wrong, gently guide them and point out their mistake. But if you can't do that, either blame yourself or don't blame anyone at all. Whatever happens to you was destined for you from the beginning of time. The chain of events leading to your existence and everything that happens to you has been unfolding since forever. Whether the universe is just a bunch of atoms coming together, or nature is an organized system, let's first agree on this. I'm a part of the whole that's governed by nature. Plus, I'm closely connected to other parts that are like me. By keeping this in mind, since I'm a part of the whole, I won't be upset with anything that's given to me from it. Nothing is harmful to the part if it's beneficial to the whole. The whole contains nothing that isn't for its own good, and all natures share this common principle. But the nature of the universe has an extra principle. It can't be forced by any outside cause to create anything harmful to itself. By remembering that I'm a part of such a whole, I'll be content with everything that happens. And since I'm closely connected to parts similar to me, I won't do anything unsocial. Instead, I'll focus on things that are like me and aim my efforts towards the common good, steering away from the opposite. If we do these things, life should go smoothly. Just like you might notice that a citizen's life is happy when they continue actions that benefit their fellow citizens and are content with whatever the state assigns to them. Everything in the universe, all its parts, must eventually perish. But let's understand this as meaning they must change. If this change is both a natural necessity and an evil for the parts, then the whole universe wouldn't remain in a good state, since its parts are designed to change and perish in different ways. Did nature intend to harm its own parts by making them subject to evil and inevitable decay? Or did these outcomes happen without nature's awareness? Both ideas seem unbelievable. Even if we stop using the term nature as a guiding force and just call these things natural, it would still be silly to say that the parts of the whole are naturally subject to change and then be surprised or upset as if something unnatural is happening, especially since things break down into the elements they were made from. Everything either disperses into its elemental components or changes from solid to earthy and from airy to aerial, returning to the universal order, whether this is through periodic destruction by fire or through eternal cycles of renewal. And don't think that the solid and airy parts have belonged to you since birth. They only accumulated recently, like yesterday or the day before, from the food you ate and the air you breathed. So what changes is what has been added, not what your mother gave you at birth. But even if what your mother gave you is closely tied to the part that naturally changes, it doesn't really contradict what we're saying here. When you've taken on these qualities, good, modest, true, rational, calm, and noble, make sure you don't stray from them. If you do lose them, quickly find your way back. Remember, being rational means paying careful attention to everything and not being careless. Equanimity is about willingly accepting what life throws your way. Magnanimity is about lifting your mind above physical pleasures or pains, above the trivial pursuit of fame, and even above death. If you can hold on to these qualities without needing others to recognize them in you, you'll become a different person and start a new life. Continuing as you have been, torn apart and sullied by life, is the mark of a foolish person who clings too tightly to life, like those wounded fighters in the arena who, despite their injuries, beg to fight another day, only to face the same dangers again. So anchor yourself in these few qualities. If you can stay true to them, it's like being transported to a paradise. But if you find yourself slipping away from them, retreat to a place where you can hold on to them, or even leave this life altogether, not out of anger, but with simplicity, freedom, and modesty. having at least done this one commendable thing, leaving life in this way. To help you remember these qualities, think of the gods. They don't want flattery. They want all rational beings to become like them. Remember, a fig tree does the work of a fig tree, a dog does the work of a dog, a bee does the work of a bee, and a man does the work of a man. Mimi, war, shock, numbness, and slavery will gradually erase your sacred principles. How many things do you imagine without studying nature, and how many do you overlook? It's your responsibility to approach and handle everything in a way that enhances your ability to deal with situations, exercises your contemplative mind, and maintains the confidence that comes from understanding each thing without flaunting it, but not hiding it either. When will you embrace simplicity, seriousness, and the understanding of each thing, what it is at its core, its place in the universe, how long it is meant to exist, what it's made of, who it can belong to, and who has the power to give or take it away? A spider feels proud when it catches a fly, and someone else feels proud when they've caught a poor hare, and another when they've caught a little fish in a net, and another when they've hunted wild boars, and another when they've captured bears, and another when they've taken down Sarmatians. Aren't these just thieves, if you really think about their perspectives? Learn to see how everything changes and transforms into something else, and keep this perspective in mind. Practice this part of philosophy regularly. It's the best way to develop greatness of spirit. Such a person has let go of the physical world, understanding that they could leave this life at any moment without knowing when. They focus entirely on acting justly in everything they do and accept whatever happens as part of the natural order. They don't worry about what others might say, think, or do against them. They're content with two things: acting justly in the present moment and being satisfied with what life has given them. They avoid distractions and busy pursuits, seeking only to stay on the right path, and by doing so, align themselves with a higher purpose. Why be afraid of suspicion when you have the ability to figure out what needs to be done? If you see the right path, follow it confidently without looking back. But if you're unsure, pause and seek advice from the best people you know. If obstacles arise, proceed with care and stick to what seems fair and just. It's best to aim for this goal, and if you don't succeed, let your failure be in trying to achieve it. Someone who uses reason in everything is both calm and energetic, as well as cheerful and composed. Ask yourself as soon as you wake up whether it will matter to you if someone else does what is just and right. It won't make any difference. I guess you haven't forgotten that those who act all high and mighty when giving praise or criticism to others are the same in their private lives and at the dinner table. You remember what they do, what they avoid, what they chase after, and how they steal and rob, not with their hands and feet, but with their most valuable part. It's that part of them that, when they choose, can create things like loyalty, modesty, truth, law, and happiness. To nature, who gives and takes everything, the wise and humble person says, "Give what you want, take back what you want." And they say this not with pride, but with obedience and contentment. You don't have much time left in life. Live as if you're on a mountain. It doesn't matter if you're living there or anywhere else, as long as you live in the world like you're part of a community. Let people see and recognize a true person who lives in harmony with nature. If they can't handle it, let them get rid of him. That's better than living the way most people do. Stop discussing what kind of person a good man should be and just be that person. Always think about the entirety of time and everything that exists. Remember that each individual thing, in terms of substance, is like a tiny fig seed, and in terms of time, it's like the quick twist of a drill. Take a look at everything around you and notice how it's already breaking down and changing, almost like it's decaying or spreading out. Everything is naturally designed to eventually die. Think about what people are like when they're eating, sleeping, taking care of personal needs, and so on. Now think about how they act when they're bossy and full of themselves, or when they're angry and yelling from their high horse. Not long ago, consider how many people they were beholden to and for what reasons, and soon enough, think about what state they will find themselves in. Whatever the universal nature brings to each thing is for its benefit, and it's beneficial at the exact time nature provides it. The earth loves the rain, and the vast sky loves it too. The universe loves to create whatever is meant to be. So I say to the universe, I love just as you love. Isn't it also said that this or that naturally loves to come into being? Either you're living here and have already gotten used to it, or you're leaving because you chose to, or you're dying and have fulfilled your responsibilities. Beyond these options, there's nothing else, so stay positive. Always remember that this piece of land is just like any other. Everything here is the same as things on top of a mountain, by the sea, or wherever you choose to be. You'll find exactly what Plato says. Living within the walls of a city is like being in a shepherd's fold on a mountain. What does my decision-making ability mean to me right now? What kind of state am I shaping it into? And what am I using it for at this moment? Is it lacking understanding? Is it disconnected and torn away from social life? Has it become so intertwined with my physical body that it moves in sync with it? Someone who runs away from their master is a runaway. Similarly, the law is our master, and anyone who breaks the law is also a runaway. If someone is upset, angry, or afraid, it's because they're unhappy with something that has happened, is happening, or will happen. Something that is determined by the one who governs everything, which is the law, assigning to each person what is appropriate. So anyone who is fearful, upset, or angry is, in a sense, a runaway. A man plants a seed in a womb and leaves, and then another force takes over, works on it, and creates a child. What an incredible transformation from such a simple beginning. Then the child eats food, and another force takes that and turns it into perception, movement, and ultimately life, strength, and so many other things. How many and how amazing they are. Notice how these things are created in such a mysterious way, and recognize the power behind it, just like we recognize the force that pulls things down and pushes them up. Not with our eyes, but just as clearly. Always keep in mind that everything happening now has happened before, and it will happen again. Picture entire scenes and stages, just like the ones you've learned about from your own experiences or from history. Think about the courts of Hadrian, Antoninus, Philip, Alexander, and Croesus. They were all like the dramas we see today, just with different people playing the parts. Imagine every person who's upset or dissatisfied acting like a pig being sacrificed, kicking and screaming. Just like this pig, there's the person who quietly lies in bed, lamenting the constraints we're all under. Remember, only rational beings have the ability to willingly accept what happens, but everyone is forced to follow along regardless. Whenever you're doing anything, take a moment to ask yourself if death is truly scary, because it would take this away from you. When you're upset about someone else's mistake, immediately turn inward and think about how you make similar errors yourself. For instance, maybe you also think money, pleasure, or a bit of reputation are good things. By focusing on this, you'll quickly let go of your anger, especially if you remember that the person might feel forced to act that way. What else could they do? Or if you can, help remove that pressure from them. When you see Saturn the Socratic, think of either Eutyches or Hymen. When you see Euphrates, think of Eutychian or Silvanus. When you see Alciphron, think of Tropaeophorus. When you see Xenophon, think of Crito or Severus. And when you look at yourself, think of any other Caesar. Do this for everyone you encounter. Then let this thought cross your mind. Where are those people now? Nowhere, or nobody knows where. By thinking this way, you'll you'll start to see human affairs as fleeting and insignificant like smoke. Especially if you also consider that once something changes, it will never exist again in the endless flow of time. But you, how short is your time here? Why aren't you content to live this brief life in an orderly way? What opportunities for action are you missing? What are all these things if not exercises for your mind when you carefully examine and understand the nature of life's events? Keep at it until you've made these insights your own. Just like a strong stomach digests everything, or a blazing fire turns everything thrown into it into flame and light. Don't let anyone truthfully say that you're not genuine or good. Let anyone who thinks that be a liar. This is entirely up to you. Who can stop you from being good and genuine? Just decide that you won't continue living unless you are, because reason itself doesn't permit you to live if you're not like that. What can we do or say in our lives that aligns best with reason? Whatever that is, you have the power to do or say it, so don't make excuses about being held back. You'll keep feeling sorry for yourself until your mind reaches a state where doing things that align with human nature brings you as much joy as luxury brings to those who love pleasure. You should see everything you can do according to your nature as a source of enjoyment, and you can do this anywhere. Unlike a cylinder that can't roll everywhere on its own, or water and fire that are limited by nature, intelligence and reason can navigate through any obstacles in their way, acting according to their nature and choice. Imagine how easily reason can move through everything, like fire rising, a stone falling, or a cylinder rolling down a slope, and don't look for anything beyond that. Other obstacles only affect the body, which is lifeless, or they only harm us if we let our opinions and reasoning give in to them. If they truly harmed us, we'd immediately become worse. But when things with a certain nature are harmed, they become worse. However, a person can actually become better and more praiseworthy by handling these challenges well. Remember, nothing harms a true citizen unless it harms the state, and nothing harms the state unless it harms the law, order. None of these so-called misfortunes harm the law. So if it doesn't harm the law, it doesn't harm the state or the citizen either. For someone who truly understands the right principles, even the shortest piece of advice is enough, and any simple reminder can help him remember to stay free from grief and fear. For instance, leaves scattered by the wind onto the ground, just like the human race. Your children are like leaves. So are those who shout as if they deserve recognition, offering praise or, on the flip side, cursing, secretly criticizing, and mocking. Similarly, leaves are those who will carry and pass on a person's legacy to future generations. As the poet says, all these things come to life in the season of spring. Then the wind blows them away, and the forest grows new leaves in their place. Everything has a short life, yet you chase and avoid things as if they'll last forever. In just a little while you'll close your eyes, and the person who mourns you at your grave will soon be mourned by someone else. A healthy eye should be able to see everything visible and not just say, I only want to see green things, because that's how a sick eye behaves. Similarly, healthy hearing and smelling should be ready to pick up on everything that can be heard and smelled. A healthy stomach should handle all kinds of food, just like a mill is designed to grind all sorts of things. In the same way, a healthy mind should be ready for anything that comes its way. But when someone says, I just want my kids to be okay, and I want everyone to praise whatever I do, it's like an eye that only wants to see green things, or teeth that only want to chew soft foods. No one is so lucky that, when they're dying, there won't be someone nearby who's a little happy about it. Even if he was a good and wise person, won't there be someone thinking, finally we can breathe easy without this teacher around? Sure, he wasn't harsh to any of us, but I could tell he silently judged us. That's what people say about a good person. But in our case, There are probably even more reasons why people might want us gone. Keep this in mind when you're dying, and you might feel more at peace by thinking, I'm leaving a life where even those I've worked hard for, prayed for, and cared about want me to go, maybe hoping to gain something from it. So why should anyone cling to staying here longer? However, don't leave with bitterness towards them. Keep your character intact. Stay friendly, kind, and gentle. Leave not as if you're being torn away, but like someone who passes peacefully, where the soul gently separates from the body. Your departure from people should be like that too, because nature brought you together with them. But now, is nature ending that connection? Well, I'm leaving like I'm parting from family, not being dragged away, but going willingly, because that's also part of nature. Whenever someone does something, try to get into the habit of asking yourself, why is this person doing that? But start with yourself. Look at your own actions first. Remember that the force pulling the strings is what's hidden inside. It's the power of persuasion. It's life. And if you will, it's what makes us human. When you think about yourself, don't focus on the body that surrounds you or the tools attached to it. They're like an axe, except they grow with the body. Without the reason that moves and controls them, these parts are no more useful than a weaver's shuttle, a writer's pen, or a driver's whip. Chapter 11, Book 11. These are the qualities of the rational soul. It can see itself, analyze itself, and shape itself however it wants. It enjoys the fruits of its own labor, unlike plants and animals, whose fruits are enjoyed by others. It achieves its own purpose no matter where the end of life is set. It's not like a dance or a play where the whole thing feels incomplete if it's cut short. Instead, at any point where it might be stopped, it makes what it has aimed for full and complete, so it can say, I have what is mine. Moreover, it explores the entire universe and the surrounding emptiness, observing its form. It stretches itself into the infinity of time, embracing and understanding the cyclical renewal of everything. It realizes that those who come after us will see nothing new, just as those before us saw nothing more. In a way, someone who is 40 years old, if they have any understanding at all, has seen everything that has been and everything that will be, thanks to the consistency that exists. Another quality of the rational soul is love for others, truth, modesty, and valuing nothing more than itself, which is also a trait of law. Therefore, right reason is no different from the reason of justice. You'll find little value in pleasing songs, dancing, and the pancratium if you break down the melody into its individual sounds, and ask yourself if you're truly captivated by each one. You'll likely be too embarrassed to admit it. Do the same with each movement and pose in dancing, and similarly with the pancratium. In everything, except for virtue and virtuous actions, remember to break them down into their parts, and by doing so, you'll come to value them less. Apply this approach to your entire life as well. Imagine a soul that's prepared to leave the body at any moment, whether it means being extinguished, dispersed, or continuing to exist. This readiness should come from a person's own judgment, not from stubbornness like some Christians, but thoughtfully, with dignity, and in a way that could convince others without any dramatic display. Have I done something for the greater good? If so, then I've already received my reward. Keep this in mind always, and never stop doing good things like this. What's your craft? To be good. And how do you achieve this effectively if not through universal principles, some concerning the nature of the universe and others about the proper makeup of humanity? Originally, tragedies were performed on stage to remind people of the events that occur in life, and to show that it's natural for things to happen that way. If you enjoy what you see in a play, you shouldn't be upset by what happens in real life. You can see that these events must unfold as they do, and even those who shout, "O Citharon," endure them. In fact, some things are expressed quite well by playwrights, especially the following. If the gods ignore me and my children, there's a reason for that too. And again, we shouldn't get upset or frustrated about what happens and reap the rewards of life like harvesting a bountiful crop of wheat and other similar things. After tragedy, old comedy came into play, which had a bold and authoritative way of speaking. Its straightforwardness served as a useful reminder for people to watch out for arrogance. Diogenes also used to draw from these writers for this purpose. Now, let's talk about the middle comedy that came after. Notice what it was all about and why the new comedy was brought in, which eventually just became a kind of imitation trick. Sure, everyone knows that even these writers have some good lines, but what's the overall goal of this kind of poetry and theatre? It's pretty clear that there's no other situation in life better suited for philosophizing than the one you're in right now. When a branch is cut off from another branch, it naturally gets separated from the entire tree. Similarly, when a person distances themselves from another person, they disconnect from the whole social community. In the case of a branch, someone else cuts it off, but a person separates themselves from others by their own actions when they harbor hate or turn away from someone. They might not realize that they're also cutting themselves off from the entire social system. However, thanks to Zeus, who designed society, we have the ability to reconnect with those around us and become a part of the whole again. But if this separation happens frequently, it becomes harder for the person to reunite and return to their original state. In the end, a branch that has always grown with the tree and shared its life is different from one that is grafted back after being cut off. Gardeners might say it grows with the tree, but it doesn't share the same essence with it. Just like those who try to block your path when you're following the right course won't be able to stop you from doing what you need to do. Don't let them push you away from your kind feelings towards them. Be mindful in both areas, not just in making sound decisions and taking action, but also in being gentle with those who try to hinder or bother you. It's a weakness to get upset with them, just as it is to be thrown off course or to back down out of fear. Both are like abandoning your duty. The person who gives in out of fear and the person who distances themselves from someone who is naturally a relative and a friend. There's no natural ability that's lesser than art, because art imitates the nature of things. If that's the case, then the most perfect and comprehensive nature can't be less skilled than art. All arts create lesser things for the sake of greater ones, so universal nature does the same. This is where justice comes from, and all other virtues are built on justice. Justice won't be upheld if we focus on things that don't matter, or if we're easily fooled, careless, or inconsistent. If the things that bother you, the ones you chase after or try to avoid, don't come to you, it's like you're still going after them in some way. So let your judgment about them be calm, and they'll stay quiet. You won't be seen either chasing after or avoiding them. The soul keeps its perfect shape when it's not reaching out to anything, pulling back into itself, getting scattered, or feeling down. Instead, it's lit up by a light that lets it see the truth, both the truth about everything and the truth within itself. If someone looks down on me, that's their issue to deal with. My focus will be on ensuring I don't do or say anything that deserves contempt. If someone hates me, that's on them. But I'll remain kind and generous to everyone, and I'll be ready to point out their mistakes, not in a scolding way or to show off my patience, but with integrity and honesty like the great Phocion, unless he was just pretending. Our inner selves should be like this, and we should be seen by the gods as neither dissatisfied nor complaining. After all, what's the harm to you if you're doing what aligns with your nature and are content with what's currently fitting for the universe, since you're here to contribute to the greater good in some way? People often look down on each other while also trying to butter each other up. They want to outdo one another, yet they also bow down to each other. How unreliable and fake is someone who says, "I've decided to treat you fairly." What are you doing, man? There's no need to announce it. Your actions will make it clear soon enough. Your intentions should be as obvious as if they were written on your forehead. A person's true character is immediately visible in their eyes, just like someone in love can read everything in their lover's eyes. An honest and good person should be like someone with a strong scent. Anyone nearby should sense it whether they want to or not. But pretending to be simple is like a bent stick. Nothing is more shameful than a fake friendship. Avoid this above all. The good, simple, and kind show these qualities in their eyes, and there's no mistaking it. When it comes to living the best life, the power lies within your soul, especially if you can remain indifferent to things that are, by nature, indifferent. You'll achieve this indifference by examining each thing individually and collectively, and by remembering that none of these things create opinions about themselves or come to us on their own. They stay unchanged, and it's us who form judgments about them, essentially writing these judgments into our own minds. We have the power not to write them, and if these judgments sneak into our minds, we can erase them. Also, keep in mind that this focus is only needed for a short time, as life eventually comes to an end. So what's the big deal in doing this? If these things align with nature, embrace them, and they'll be easy for you. But if they go against nature, look for what aligns with your own nature and pursue that, even if it doesn't bring you recognition, because everyone has the right to seek their own good. Think about where each thing comes from, what it's made of, what it changes into, and what it will be like once it has changed. Remember, it won't be harmed in the process. If someone has wronged you, first think about your connection to people, and remember that we are meant to support each other. Also, consider that you might have a role of guidance or leadership, like a ram leading a flock or a bull leading a herd. Look at the situation from the basics. If everything isn't just random atoms, then nature has a plan for everything. If that's true, then lesser things exist to serve greater things, and we all exist to support one another. Second, think about what kind of people they are when they're at the table, in bed, and so on. Pay special attention to what pressures or beliefs they are under, and when it comes to their actions, notice the pride they take in what they do. Third, if people are doing the right thing, we shouldn't be upset with them. But if they're not doing the right thing, it's clear they're doing it unintentionally and out of ignorance. Just as every soul doesn't willingly lose the truth, it also doesn't willingly lose the ability to treat others as they deserve. That's why people feel hurt when they're labelled as unjust, ungrateful, greedy, or in general, as wrongdoers to those around them. Fourth, remember that you also make mistakes and that you're just like everyone else. Even if you avoid certain faults, you still have the tendency to commit them. It's just that you might hold back because of fear, concern about your reputation, or some other less than noble reason. Fifth, think about the fact that you might not even know if people are actually doing something wrong, because a lot of actions depend on the situation. In short, you need to learn a lot before you can accurately judge someone else's actions. Sixth, when you're really upset or troubled, remember that life is just a fleeting moment, and before long, we'll all be gone. Seventh, it's not other people's actions that upset us because those actions are based on their own beliefs. It's actually our own opinions that disturb us. So if you let go of these opinions and decide not to judge an action as something terrible, your anger will disappear. But how do you let go of these opinions? By remembering that someone else's wrongful act doesn't bring shame on you. Because if only what's truly shameful is bad, then you'd also end up doing many wrong things and becoming a thief or worse. Eighth, think about how much more pain we experience from the anger and frustration we feel about these actions, compared to the pain from the actions themselves that make us angry and frustrated. Ninth, think about how a genuinely good attitude is unbeatable. It's not just a fake smile or pretending to be nice. What can the angriest person do to you? if you keep being kind to them. When the chance comes, gently point out their mistakes and calmly correct them, even when they're trying to hurt you. You might say, "That's not right, my friend. We're meant for something better. You're not hurting me, but you're hurting yourself." Show them this truth with gentle understanding and general examples, like how even bees or social animals don't behave like that. Do this without any hidden motives or as a way to criticize, but with kindness and no bitterness in your heart. Don't do it to lecture them or to impress anyone watching, but either when they're alone or if others are around. Remember these 9 rules as if you received them as a gift from the muses, and finally start being a real person while you're alive. But make sure you avoid both flattering people and being annoyed with them, because both are antisocial and lead to trouble. Keep this truth in mind when you're angry. Being driven by passion isn't manly. Instead, mildness and gentleness are not only more in tune with human nature, but they're also more manly. Someone who has these qualities has strength, resilience, and courage, unlike someone who is prone to fits of anger and dissatisfaction. The closer a person's mind is to being free from all passion, the closer it is to true strength. Just as feeling pain is a sign of weakness, so is anger. Both the person who gives in to pain and the one who gives in to anger are wounded and end up submitting. But if you want, take this 10th piece of advice from the leader of the Muses, Apollo. Expecting bad people not to do wrong is madness, because wanting that is wishing for the impossible. Allowing people to act this way towards others, yet expecting them not to wrong you, is both irrational and tyrannical. There are 4 main mistakes your higher mind can make, and you should always be on the lookout for them. When you notice them, you should get rid of them and remind yourself each time, this thought isn't necessary. This thought could harm social unity. What you're about to say doesn't come from your true thoughts. It's one of the most ridiculous things for someone not to speak from their true thoughts. The 4th mistake is when you criticize yourself for something, as this shows that the more divine part of you is being overpowered and giving in to the less noble, temporary part, your body and its basic pleasures. Your airy and fiery parts, which naturally want to rise, are still held down by the universe's order, trapped in your body. Similarly, the earthy and watery parts in you, which naturally want to sink, are lifted up and held in an unnatural position. In this way, the elements within you obey the universe. Once they're placed somewhere, they stay until the universe decides it's time for them to dissolve. Isn't it strange, then, that your mind is the only part that refuses to obey and is unhappy with its place? It faces no external force, only things that align with its nature, yet it still resists and goes the other way. Moving towards injustice, excess, anger, grief, and fear is simply acting against nature. When your mind is unhappy with what happens, it abandons its role, even though it's meant for piety and reverence towards the gods, just as much as for justice. These qualities fall under the broader idea of being content with how things are, and they actually come before acts of justice. If someone doesn't have a consistent goal in life, they can't be consistent throughout their life. But what I've said isn't enough unless I also mention what this goal should be. Not everyone agrees on what is considered good, but there is some agreement on certain things, especially those that concern the common good. So we should aim for a goal that is social and political in nature. By focusing all our efforts on this kind of goal, we can make our actions consistent and remain true to ourselves. Think about the country mouse and the city mouse, and how the city mouse felt so alarmed and anxious. Socrates used to refer to the opinions of the masses as lamiae, like boogeymen meant to scare children. At their public events, the Lacedaemonians would set up seats in the shade for visitors, while they themselves would sit wherever. Socrates apologized to Perdiccas for not visiting him, saying, "I didn't want to meet the worst kind of end, accepting a favor and then not being able to repay it." In the writings of the Ephesians, there was this guideline. Always think of someone from the past who practiced virtue. In the morning, the Pythagoreans encourage us to look up at the sky. This is to remind us of the celestial bodies that consistently follow the same patterns and perform their tasks in the same way. It's also a reminder of their purity and simplicity, as stars have nothing covering them. Think about the kind of man Socrates was when he put on a simple skin after Xanthippe took his cloak and left. Consider what Socrates said to his friends who felt embarrassed and distanced themselves from him when they saw him dressed like that. You won't be able to set rules for others in writing or reading until you've learned to follow rules yourself. This is even more true in life. You're a slave, free speech isn't for you. And my heart laughed inside. They'll curse virtue, speaking harsh words. Looking for figs in winter is the act of a madman, just like someone searching for their child when it's no longer possible. When a man kisses his child, Epictetus said, he should remind himself, tomorrow you might die. But those words sound like a bad omen. No word is a bad omen, Epictetus explained, if it describes any natural event, or if it is, then talking about harvesting ears of corn would also be a bad omen. The unripe grape, the ripe bunch, and the raisin are all just different stages of change, not disappearing into nothing, but becoming something that doesn't exist yet. No one can take away our free will. Epictetus also mentioned that a person needs to learn a skill or set of rules about how to give their agreement, and when it comes to their actions, they should be mindful of the situation, ensure their actions align with social interests, and consider the worth of the object involved. Regarding sensual desires, they should completely avoid them, and when it comes to avoidance or aversion, they shouldn't show it towards things that are beyond our control. The argument, he said, isn't about just any ordinary issue, it's about whether someone is sane or not. Socrates used to ask, what do you want? The souls of rational people or irrational ones? The souls of rational people. And what kind of rational people? Healthy or unhealthy? Healthy. So why don't you look for them? Because we already have them. Then why do you fight and argue? Chapter 12, Book 12. All those things you're trying to reach by taking a long, complicated path, you can have right now if you don't deny them to yourself. This means letting go of the past, trusting the future to fate, and focusing on living in the present with piety and justice. Live with piety by being content with the life you've been given, as nature intended it for you and you for it. Live with justice by always speaking the truth openly and doing what's right according to the law and the value of each situation. Don't let someone else's evil, opinions, voices, or even the feelings of your own body hold you back. Your passive side will handle that. So whenever the time comes for you to approach your end, if you ignore everything else and respect only your guiding principles and the divinity within you, and if you're not afraid of dying someday, but rather of never having truly lived according to nature, then you'll be a person worthy of the universe that created you. You'll stop feeling like a stranger in your own world. Stop being surprised by everyday events as if they're unexpected. And stop relying on this or that. God sees the minds, the guiding principles of everyone, stripped of all material layers, coverings, and impurities. With his intellect, he connects only with the intelligence that has flowed from him into these bodies. If you practice doing this too, you'll free yourself from a lot of worries, because if you don't focus on the frail body that surrounds you, you certainly won't be concerned with things like clothing, housing, fame, and other external appearances and displays. You're made up of 3 things: a small body, a bit of breath, life, and intelligence. The first 2 are yours to care for, but the third one, intelligence, is truly yours. So if you can detach yourself from what others do or say, from what you've done or said, from worries about the future, from anything about your body or life that you can't control, and from the chaos around you, then your mind can live purely and freely. It can focus on doing what's right, accepting what happens, and speaking the truth. If you can separate your mind from sensory impressions and thoughts about the past or future, you can become like Empedocles' sphere. All around, everything is peacefully at rest. And if you focus on living truly in the present moment, which is your real life, you'll be able to spend the rest of your days, until your death, free from disturbances, with dignity, and true to your inner spirit, the God within you. I've often wondered why everyone seems to love themselves more than anyone else, yet they care more about what others think of them than their own opinion. If a God or wise teacher appeared and told someone to only think or plan things they would be comfortable saying out loud as soon as they thought of them, they wouldn't be able to handle it for even a day. We care so much more about what our neighbors think of us than what we think of ourselves. How is it possible that the gods, after setting everything up so well and kindly for humanity, have missed this one thing? That some people, even the really good ones, those who have been closest to the divine through their pious actions and religious practices, once they die, should never exist again, but are completely gone. But if that's the case, rest assured that if things were meant to be different, the gods would have made it so. If it were just, it would also be possible, and if it were natural, nature would have arranged it that way. But since it isn't, if indeed it isn't, be convinced that it wasn't meant to be that way. You can see for yourself that in this questioning, you're essentially arguing with the divine, and we shouldn't argue with the gods unless they are the most excellent and just. If that's true, they wouldn't have allowed anything in the universe to be arranged unjustly or irrationally. Practice even the things you think you can't accomplish. Even the left hand, which is usually useless for most tasks due to lack of practice, can hold the bridle more firmly than the right hand because it has been trained for it. Think about the state of both body and soul a person should be in when death comes for them, and reflect on how short life is, the endless expanse of time before and after us, and the fragility of everything physical. Think about the basic principles or forms of things without their coverings, the reasons behind actions. Consider what pain really is, what pleasure is, and what death and fame mean, who is responsible for their own discomfort, how no one is truly held back by someone else, and that everything is a matter of perspective. In applying your principles, you should be like a pancratiast, not a gladiator. A gladiator might drop his sword and get killed, but a pancratiast always has his hands and just needs to use them. Look at things for what they really are by breaking them down into their material, shape, and purpose. What an incredible strength it is for a person to only do what God would approve of and to accept everything that God gives them. When it comes to things that happen naturally, we shouldn't blame the gods because they don't do anything wrong, either on purpose or by accident. And we shouldn't blame people either because if they do something wrong, it's not on purpose. So in the end, we shouldn't blame anyone. How ridiculous and out of touch is someone who gets surprised by anything that happens in life. Either there's an unchangeable fate, an unstoppable order, a kind providence, or just chaos without purpose or direction. Book 4. If there's an unstoppable fate, why fight against it? But if there's a providence that can be influenced, make yourself deserving of divine help. And if it's just chaos without a leader, be satisfied that in such a storm you have your own guiding intelligence. Even if the storm sweeps you away, let it take the body, the breath, and everything else, because at least it won't take away your intelligence. Does the light of a lamp keep shining brightly until it goes out? So why should the truth within you, along with justice and self-control, fade away before you die? When someone seems to have done something wrong, ask yourself, How do I really know if this is a wrongful act? And even if he has done something wrong, how do I know he hasn't already punished himself for it? It's like he's tearing himself apart. Think about it this way. Wanting a bad person not to do wrong is like wanting a fig tree not to produce juice in its figs, or wanting babies not to cry, or horses not to neigh. These are things that naturally happen. So what should someone with such a character do? If you find yourself getting irritated, work on changing your own mindset. If it's not right, don't do it. If it's not true, don't say it. Let your efforts be. In every situation, pay attention to what creates the impression you're experiencing. Break it down by looking at its form, its substance, its purpose, and the time frame in which it will conclude. Realize that within you, there's something better and more divine than the things that trigger different emotions and seem to control you like strings. What's in my mind right now? Is it fear, suspicion, desire, or something like that? First, don't do anything thoughtlessly or without a clear purpose. Second, ensure your actions are always aimed at benefiting society. Think about how soon you'll be gone, and so will everything and everyone you see around you now. Everything is made by nature to change, transform, and eventually disappear so that new things can continuously come into being. Remember that everything is just an opinion, and you have control over your opinions. So whenever you decide to let go of an opinion, you'll find peace, like a sailor who has navigated around a headland, discovering calm waters, stability, and a serene bay. Any activity, no matter what it is, doesn't suffer any harm just because it ends at the right time. Similarly, the person who performed the activity doesn't suffer any harm just because it's over. In the same way, our entire life, made up of all these activities, doesn't suffer any harm when it ends at the right time. The person whose life ends at the right time hasn't been wronged. Nature sets the right time and limit for everything. Sometimes it's determined by a person's unique nature, like in old age, but it's always guided by the universal nature. This universal nature keeps the whole universe ever young and perfect by changing its parts. Anything that benefits the universe is always good and timely. So the end of life isn't a bad thing for anyone because it's not disgraceful. It's beyond our control and aligns with the greater good. It's actually good because it's timely and beneficial to the universe. In this way, a person is guided by the divine, moving in harmony with the divine and towards the same goals in their mind. You should always keep these three principles in mind. First, in everything you do, act thoughtfully and in a way that justice itself would approve. When it comes to things that happen to you from the outside, remember that they occur either by chance or according to a higher plan, and you shouldn't blame chance or accuse a higher power. Second, think about what every being is from the moment it starts as a seed to when it gains a soul, and from when it has a soul to when it gives it back. Consider what each being is made of and what it eventually breaks down into. Third, if you were suddenly lifted above the earth and could look down on human affairs, noticing the vast variety of them, and at the same time saw the countless beings living in the air and the ether, realize that every time you were lifted up, you would see the same things, the same forms, and the same brief existence. Are these things really worth being proud of? Let go of your opinions. You're free. So what's stopping you from letting them go? When you're upset about something, you've forgotten that everything happens according to the universal nature. You've also forgotten that someone else's wrongdoing doesn't really affect you. Plus, you've forgotten that everything that happens has always happened this way, will continue to happen this way, and is happening everywhere right now. You've also overlooked how closely connected you are to the entire human race, because it's a community not just of shared blood or ancestry, but of shared intelligence. And you've forgotten that every person's intelligence is divine, an extension of the divine. You've forgotten that nothing truly belongs to you, not your child, your body, or even your soul, because they all come from the divine. You've forgotten that everything is a matter of perspective. Lastly, you've forgotten that everyone only lives in the present moment and can only lose this moment. Always remind yourself of those who have complained a lot about something, those who were famous or faced great misfortunes, enemies, or any kind of fortune. Then ask yourself, where are they now? Just smoke, ash, and maybe a story, or not even that. Also, think about people like Fabius Catulinus living in the countryside, Lucius Lupus in his gardens, Stertinius at Baiae, Tiberius at Capreae, and Velius Rufus, or Rufus at Velia. Consider the eager pursuit of anything tied to pride, and how worthless the things are that people chase so desperately. It's much wiser for a person to use the opportunities they have to show, the end,